Welcome to Classic Trials. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. In this series, we observe and analyze the play-by-play of some of the biggest trials that have shaped the public consciousness of the American judicial system. In this season, we're working our way through the case of California v. Erik and Lyle Menendez. Growing up in Princeton, New Jersey, and then Beverly Hills, California, these young men had everything they could ever want, or so it seemed, until one night on August 20th, 1989, they approached Jose and Kitty Menendez with newly purchased shotguns. Put on trial for murdering their own parents, they claimed self-defense, arguing they were terrorized in their own home by abusive parents until they could take no more. Which argument is more convincing? Come join and see for yourself. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a happy July 4th weekend to everybody that is celebrating. Belatedly happy Independence Day. I was going to say happy 4th to all the Canadians out there. Holmes is wishing a very happy Independence Day to all the Canadians and Americans. How's it going, buddy? I know you're just here for the treats. Same with Indy, looking very, very proper in her Indy cam chair. Very happy to see that. And I'm very thrilled to see everybody here in the chat. Wonderful to see all of you guys. And yeah, I think we should probably get started, shall we? We've got so it should be about the same length as last week, but we've got the same number of witnesses. So I think today will actually go relatively it should go like last week did, where it felt like each witness was going kind of quickly. So yeah, I think it should be a good one. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Meow? Do you? No? Okay. All right, then. In that case, let's get started. All right. And and we've got a member chat from Debbie Faison Cook saying, so glad that I found you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. And I'm so glad that you found me too. I'm very happy that you guys are all here with me to watch this trial together, because otherwise it would be a very different experience if I was just shouting all of my thought. Well, I guess I don't really shout them, but you know what I mean. Just talking into an empty room or giving all of my opinions and commentary to Holmes and Indy. You can tell that they really don't care about them. So, all righty. With that, let's get started. First up is, I wrote this all down. William Kurtain. So he's a tennis coach. I'm going to update the pin chat so that you can see that as we speak. I'm not sure if it's me or.
My name is William Kurtain. My last name is Kurtain.
Mr. Kurtain, could you tell the juries what you do for a living, please?
I'm the owner of the Hopewell Valley Tennis Club in Pennington, New Jersey, and I'm a member of the tennis advisory staff of Prince Manufacturing.
And for a certain period of time, have you been a coach of tennis?
Yes, for approximately the last 20 years.
And how old were you when you first started coaching?
I was about 20 years old when I started.
And can you tell me approximately what year that was that you started?
I would say 1973.
1973. And in approximately 1978, were you coaching tennis in New Jersey at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you coaching in approximately 1978?
At the Hopewell Valley Tennis Club.
And about, I'm not asking you for an exact amount, but how many kids, first of all, what is the age range that you teach coaching?
You mean in general or back then, or?
Well, first, in general.
Oh,
It varies. I work with a lot of junior players, but I also work with adults.
And junior players being 18 and under?
Yes.
And how about back then? What were you
reminds me of like
concentrating on, if anything?
70% of the lessons I gave were to junior players.
And about how many kids were you coaching back then?
Well, I teach between 12 and 1,500 lessons a year. And like I say, about 60% of that was juniors, but I was also in a position I was the head of the teaching staff at our club, and there are 9 pros there. So I dealt with literally hundreds of kids and parents every year.
Okay, and the parents you would have contact with through the tennis lessons? They would get involved in the lessons?
Yes.
Did you, back in approximately 1978, come into contact with either one of the defendants in this case, Erik and Joseph Lyle Menendez?
I came in contact, I was given lessons to Lyle, and I also came in contact with both Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
And who, if there was one that you started coaching first, who did you coach first?
It was Lyle.
And was that in approximately 1978 that you started?
Yes, it was.
Under what circumstances did you begin to coach him?
Just under a private lesson situation.
And who arranged the lessons?
Jose did.
And how did that take place?
He and Kitty, actually the whole family, joined our...
You could refer to these people by their names, Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and the whole family joined our club. They had moved to the Pennington area and joined our club. So he came in and requested that I work with Lyle.
And what specifically did he request? What was your understanding of what you were to do with Lyle?
Well, we have a consultation type program that we offer to the parents when kids come into our junior instruction program. And in that consultation program, we explain what our goals are for kids and what our program is all about. And he didn't take time to...
Let me ask you this. What goals
All
did...
right, wait. An objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Thank you. Can you tell me what goals you explained to Mr. Menendez in terms of how you ran the program?
At that age, at around the age of 10 years old, it was, we work on basic strokes development of the kids. We try to make tennis very fun for them and keep them motivated.
And what were his goals, if any, that he shared with you at that time?
I specifically remember he said that I couldn't work Lyle too hard. In other words, he wanted me to really work him physically hard on the court. And he talked about...
Excuse me, you couldn't work him too hard, meaning that he was asking you not to work him too hard?
No, just the opposite, that he wanted me to work him very hard.
That there was no
physically.
such thing as working him
And
too hard.
he made reference
I was going to say, that
not
sounds
so much to
different.
winning, but to rankings. He had set goals for, to get ranked in regional tournaments and so forth, which is directly related to winning because you don't get ranked if you don't win.
And how old was Lyle at this time?
Approximately 10.
And after Mr. Menendez explained to you what his goals were and that he had specific ideas in mind for ranking, how did the lessons then proceed?
Well, I worked with Lyle both at the tennis club in the winter months, and I also worked with him at their home on their private court outside in the summer months. And when he was in town or when he was done work, he oftentimes came to the court.
This was to observe the practices during practices?
No, he would actually join in. He would come out on the court, which was somewhat unusual. It was very unusual.
Why was that unusual?
Because most of the parents might come and observe a lesson for a short period of time, but I wasn't allowed to actually coach. I mean, I would go out there, that was my job, but he would come out on the court. He would literally walk to the other side of the court, and he was very cordial. He would just interrupt and say, "Excuse me," and he would go to the other side of the court and start giving instruction to Lyle while I was doing the lesson.
Yikes.
And this was while you were supposed to be giving him the lessons as the coach, correct?
That's right.
Did that create a certain amount of tension between you and Lyle and Lyle Menendez and Mr. Menendez?
Yes, it did.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Did that situation that
I didn't
you
even
just
hear the objection.
described
I heard his
create
answer.
a certain amount of tension
I'm the
between
jury, that's
yourself
what
and
I
Mr.
heard.
Menendez?
Yes, it did.
And could you explain why and what the tension was?
Well,
Objection, this is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did the situation which you've just described cause a certain amount of tension which took place in the presence of Lyle Menendez?
Yes, it did.
And could you explain what that tension was that took place in the presence of Lyle Menendez?
Lyle seemed to be both embarrassed and resented what was being told to him
Resented what was being told to him by you or by Mr. Menendez?
by Mr. Menendez.
And what sorts of things were being told to him in your presence that he seemed to be embarrassed by?
They were instructional things regarding tennis. In other words, he basically took over my lesson, essentially.
Did Mr. Menendez, seem to know what he was talking about in terms of conducting the instruction?
I didn't think so. He himself was an average club player. He read a lot about tennis and tennis magazines and tennis books, and he would take that information and bring it to the court and use it in his own coaching manner.
Well, what sorts of coaching techniques?
So in other words, this is like, as a lawyer, you want to be communicative with your client and you want to answer all of their questions. And sometimes there's a difficulty when you have a client that is seeking out information on their own, which can be helpful because, it's better when your client understands the process, they feel confident in the process, but sometimes they go in different directions and they find information from somewhere on the internet and it's not exactly helpful. And it can just kind of cause some extra problems. So it's interesting because he said that, but that, he would read from magazines and articles and things like that about tennis and then bring them to the court and basically pretend to be coach essentially. And I can understand the professional frustration of dealing with that, to be like, I am the professional here, there needs to be some level of trust, obviously, some amount of questioning and back and forth is healthy in a lot of cases, but sometimes you have those difficult clients. And this definitely sounds like Jose was one of them.
Techniques would he teach Lyle Menendez?
They were very basic concepts. Teaching tennis has come a long way since get your racket back, bend your knees, and keep your eye on the ball. And, Lyle was a very talented athlete, and there were a lot more things that we could do with him that I had planned to do that Mr. Menendez was just working on basic concepts of get your racket back and keep your eye on the ball, which was...
Did you see Mr. Menendez physically confront in any way Lyle while these lessons were taking place, or physically position himself in relation to Lyle?
Yes, he would be on the court.
Could you describe what you saw?
Well, as I say, he would walk to his side of the court. Mr. Menendez was a big man, and he would go right up to Lyle, oftentimes take the racket out of his hand, and he spoke with a slight accent, and he would sort of bark instructions. He spoke very quickly and very firmly in short sentences and sort of bark instructions at Lyle.
And what was Lyle's reaction to these barking of instructions?
He was very quiet. He wouldn't say anything. He would just look at Mr. Menendez and sort of just stare at him, and he wouldn't say anything. There was very little reaction.
Would he ever talk back to him?
No.
Argue with him?
No.
What would Mr. Menendez do if Lyle Menendez did something wrong on the court, hit a bad shot, or did something that Mr. Menendez did not like?
Most of the time, if he was off the court, he would just make different facial expressions. He stared a lot at just about everything Lyle did on the court.
How would you describe the facial expressions that he made to Lyle Menendez?
Stern.
And how about if Lyle Menendez did something right on the court?
There wasn't much reaction. It was more that that's what he was expected to do.
And did you also see Mr. Menendez in a competitive situation, that is at tournaments or matches or things of that nature?
You mean himself when he was playing or when Lyle was playing?
Well, let's first talk about when Lyle was playing.
Yes, I did.
And could you describe what you observe in relation to the way he would conduct himself in Lyle's presence
Running up and
during
down,
these tournaments?
yelling at him.
He was always moving around in the lobby of our club. He talked a lot. He was, he could be very charming and very obnoxious at the same time. It was pretty interesting. I remember a situation where he complimented one of the other mothers on how well her son was playing. And as she started to react positively to that, he said that.
Could I ask
Objection
him,
sustained. The answer.
rephrase the question? You
Yes.
said Mr. Menendez was both obnoxious and polite or cordial at the same time. What would he do to be obnoxious?
Well, there was
This is the same hearsay.
Well, not with reference to things he would say, but just his behavior.
There was a match one time when Lyle was losing, and Mr. Menendez physically went out on the court and interrupted play, which is not allowed, and spoke to the opponent of Lyle that he was foot faulting, which is against the rules, but it was not his place to go out there.
When you say it's not allowed and it's not his place to go out there, what is the procedure in that kind of situation? What's supposed to happen?
When two 10-year-old boys are playing a match, we instruct them as the tournament directors that if they have some kind of problem, whether it be line calls or whatever, they're to stop the match and call for an umpire, which then one of us goes out on the court and settles their dispute.
The boys themselves are supposed to call you out?
That's right.
And what role, if any, are the parents supposed to be taking in
None.
this sort of situation?
None.
And what role did Jose Menendez take in the situation you're describing?
He actually went out on the court and spoke to the other 10-year-old boy and told him that he was going to be defaulted from the tournament if he didn't stop foot faulting.
And was this a rare occasion for Mr. Menendez or something that occurred on a regular basis?
I only saw it this once at our club.
And how did Mr. Menendez's conduct compare to other tennis parents that you
Objection
came into
relevance.
contact with?
Sustained.
I knew it.
Did Mr. Menendez, in his contact with you in the presence of Lyle Menendez, make an impression on you in terms of his obnoxiousness?
Objection irrelevant.
It's also vague and ambiguous. Objection sustained.
All right. Now, did you meet Mrs. Menendez at any point in time?
Yes, I did.
And how and when did you meet her?
At about the same time I met the rest of the family.
And what role did she take in the tennis lessons, if any?
She was like mom's taxi. She drove the kids everywhere to their tournaments and to their lessons. And she was always there when I was working with Lyle.
And when you say she was always there, was she at the home when you were working there or at the club or both?
Both.
And what would she do during the practice sessions when she was present?
She would sit courtside. Well, first of all, she would normally have a written list of things that I was to work on that day. And
She would show up to the practices with a list?
yes,
Do you know where she got the list from?
I can only assume it was from Jose.
Objection sustained. The answer.
He literally
Of
said
your
he
own
was
personal
assuming.
knowledge, do you know where the list came, who wrote the list, if you know?
I don't know. I assume it came from Jose.
All right, you keep,
All right. The
That's fine.
objection sustained after
Answer
the
is
answer. I
stricken
don't know.
after us.
Everything else
Yeah.
is stricken.
the,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
list that she would bring were these lists of things that you were supposed to do as a coach?
Yes.
So, just future note, if you ever find yourself as a witness, never use the word assume. If you feel tempted to use the word assume, either A, don't say it, or B, find another way to say it. But just like the word assume is never going to properly show up on a trial transcript.
And did the list of things include the type of instruction that Jose Menendez would give in your presence?
Yes.
And would she bring this list to her whenever she came to the practice?
Yes.
And what would happen with the list when she got there? What would she do with it?
She would meet with me quickly and, go over this list of these are the things that we were to work on that day.
And then would she leave and let you do your coaching, or would she do something else?
No, she stayed courtside for the entire, normally the lessons were an hour, and she would stay courtside for the entire hour and watch the entire lesson.
Was that unusual in your coaching experience?
Yes, most parents,
Objection.
Yeah, you can't talk about
Objection
most
sustained after
parents.
yes.
When you said it was unusual, could you explain why it was unusual?
there was really no need for her to watch the entire lesson. We're professional enough to know what to do and how to carry out the lesson. She didn't need to be there. It was her right. But most parents will watch TV or read the paper or something,
Objection.
not watch
Strike the
60
last
minutes
part.
of every lesson.
How long did you coach Lyle Menendez?
They didn't object,
What
so we
period
still
of
got it in.
Somewhere between 2 and 3 years, I guess.
And you said, I think he was about 10 years old when he started.
Yes,
Was he about 13 when you ended the lessons?
yes,
During that period of time that you were coaching him, did you have occasion to go inside the Menendez home?
yes, I did.
Could you describe under what circumstances you were in the home?
After I would give a lesson to Lyle at the house, Kitty would, she was very nice to me. She would invite me in and sometimes make me lunch. So I would go in the house.
And what was the condition of the house that you observed?
Most of the time it was unkept. It was messy and dirty.
Did they have a pet around that you saw?
Yes, they had a couple of dogs and they had a ferret.
And where did you see the ferret?
The first time I saw the ferret, actually I had never seen a ferret before in my life. I was talking to Kitty. I was just a few feet away from her and I didn't know it, but it was on her back. And it, as I was talking to her, it jumped up over her shoulder and ran
Oh my
across
God.
her chest. So she was amused at how startled I was.
Did you,
That's mildly terrifying if you don't know that they
in
have
your
one and you've never seen
conversations
one before.
and meetings with the Menendez parents, did you ever see either one of the parents compliment Lyle Menendez?
No,
Did you ever see them show any affection toward Lyle Menendez?
no.
And did you talk to other tennis coaches about the Menendez parents?
Yeah, there was,
Objection.
All right, you've answered the question, yes.
And in the community of tennis coaches that you were involved with there, did Jose Menendez, Mr. Menendez, have a reputation for aggressiveness?
yes,
Objection. All three hearsay. Motion strike.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Oh, could I approach you, Ben Shirley?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kurtain, how many other coaches did you discuss the Menendez parents with, if you know?
several, maybe a half a dozen.
And within the circle of coaches that you discussed the parents with, did Mr. Menendez have a reputation for physical aggressiveness?
I'm not sure what you mean by physical. You mean,
Well, aggressiveness in the sense of, I'm not talking about aggressiveness on the tennis court. I mean aggressiveness in interpersonal relationships with other people.
I mean,
Did Mr. Menendez have a reputation for being aggressive with other people?
yes,
Objection on these days.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
In the circle of coaches that you dealt with, did Mr. Menendez have a reputation for being verbally abusive toward other people?
yes.
And what was his reputation?
It was not good. We all shared our stories, and like mine when he went on the court with this other boy.
All right. And based on your own personal contact with him, did you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Menendez was verbally abusive?
Yes, I thought he was very unfair in his treatment.
And more so than other parents, or
Absolutely.
just about average?
Absolutely.
How would you rank him in the number of people that you dealt with?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Yeah.
How strong of an opinion did you personally have that he was verbally abusive?
Very strong.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
Mr. Kurtain, when you first began coaching Lyle, he was about 10 years old.
That's right.
And that was in 1978.
That's right.
Did you meet his brother Erik Menendez at the time you first began coaching Lyle in 1978?
It was a little bit later than that.
Do you recall if it was the same year?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And Erik at that time was approximately 7 years old?
Yes.
And did you, at some point after meeting Erik, begin to coach him as well?
No, not on a regular basis. I maybe hit with him a couple of times is all.
Okay. Did you see Erik on a regular basis in connection with your coaching of Lyle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you told us that Mr. Menendez, when you first started coaching Lyle, had told you that he wanted to make sure that Lyle was ranked.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Menendez seem to have the same expectations for Erik?
Yes.
Now, when you first became acquainted with the Menendez family, they were living in a house in Pennington.
That's right.
Okay, and this was a house that had a tennis court.
Yes.
And was this also a house that was on a lake?
Yes, it was.
And did you go to the house during the summer to coach Lyle?
Yes.
And when you went to the house during the summer to coach Lyle, did you also see Erik at that time?
Yes.
Would he also be playing tennis at the home during the summer?
Yes.
Now, based on, and you continued to coach Lyle for 3 years.
Yes.
And during that 3 years, did you also have continuous contact with his brother Erik?
Yes, because he came to the club as well.
Okay. And did Erik himself receive coaching at the tennis club?
Yes.
And that was on a regular basis too?
Yes.
Did it appear to you, Mr. Kurtain, when you first had contact with Erik, that he was being pushed into playing tennis?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You've been a coach for 20 years, correct?
Yes.
And during your 20 years as a coach, have you had occasion to see children who began to play tennis because they wanted to, and children who began to play tennis because their parents wanted them to?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's not relevant.
Did you ever, in your experience with Erik, see any behavior which to you indicated that he perhaps did not want to play tennis or was reluctant to play tennis?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What is a tennis parent, Mr. Kurtain?
It's, in my opinion, someone that would like to give their kids the opportunity to take up a great game.
Okay. And are there different types of tennis parents?
Yes.
Do tennis parents range from very pushy parents to more benign?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay. Would you describe Jose Menendez as a tennis parent?
He was very demanding and very, very driven.
Okay. And in terms of the parents that you encountered, or you have encountered over your 20 years of coaching, how would you rank Jose Menendez?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you ever encounter another parent who was as aggressive and demanding as Jose Menendez during your 20 years as a coach?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
When you say that Jose Menendez was aggressive and demanding, what do you mean?
It's in regard to,
Objection misstates the evidence. Demanding and driven.
Sustained.
Okay. When you said that Jose was demanding, what do you mean?
his methods. We took tennis lessons in the rain. I would see Lyle at 6 o'clock in the morning at our club practicing before school. There was one instance, at least, that I saw Lyle leaving the club at 11 o'clock at night, that he and Mr. Menendez were working out on the court. I thought that was strange. I said, leaving already, sort of in a sarcastic way.
All right, the objection is sustained. As far as the portion of the answer, thought it was strange, everything thereafter. The rest of the answer will stand.
All right, so one of the things is you saw them leaving at 11 o'clock at night after having played tennis for a long period of time.
Yes.
And what about Mr. Menendez leads you to describe him as driven?
The amount of hours per week that the boys played and practiced, the amount of coaches they had at the same time. When I was working with Lyle, he had several coaches.
Let me ask you about Lyle having several coaches. Is that usual or customary for a student to have several coaches at the same time?
No.
Objection irrelevant. Overrule the answer will stand.
Okay. And is there a reason why it is not customary for a student to have several coaches at the same time?
Objection, cause of speculation. Overrule.
Would you repeat that, please? I'm
Is
sorry.
there a reason why it's not the usual practice for one student to have a number of coaches at the same time?
Yes, there's several reasons. One, it's very confusing for the student because teachers have different styles and different methods.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's also not necessary for a 10 or 11-year-old to have several different coaches. And thirdly, you don't develop a bonding. I mean, the student-teacher relationship that is very valuable with a coach and a student.
And during the 3 years that you coached Lyle, did you in fact develop a bonding with him based on your relationship as student and coach?
Objection irrelevant. Overrule.
No,
Okay. And is a bonding between a student and coach something that is desirable in terms of the student's ability to become a better tennis player and to learn?
I think so.
Now, let me ask you about the amount of hours that Lyle worked a week, because you mentioned that. How many hours a week did you work with Lyle?
Normally twice a week, which is 2 hours.
Okay, and you were aware that he had other coaches and was working with other coaches?
Yes.
And did you see him working with other coaches at the tennis club?
No, I did not.
Okay. How were you aware that he was working a number of hours a week?
You mean with coaches or just playing?
Just playing.
Oh, because I saw it. He would play at our club several times a week, aside from working with me, and then practice, as I say, in the morning or in the evenings with Jose.
Okay, so approximately how many hours were you able to see him actually playing tennis a
I
week?
would say about 10 hours a week.
And is 10 hours a week an unusual or excessive amount of time for a 10-year-old to spend playing tennis?
Yes.
Objection, speculation. Overrule.
Okay, you said it is an unusual or excessive time for a 10-year-old?
Yes.
Can playing tennis that much, say 10 hours a week, have any negative effects on a 10-year-old,
Objection, cause
in your opinion?
objection sustained.
Based on your 20 years of coaching students in tennis, do you have any opinion as to whether or not, or what effects working 10 hours a week can have on a 10-year-old tennis player?
Objection, cause unpopular opinion.
Overrule.
You can answer.
I'm sorry. Would you please repeat?
Okay.
I get a little mixed up.
Okay. Based on your 20 years of coaching tennis,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have any opinion, or can you tell us why it isn't good for a 10-year-old to play tennis for 10 hours a week?
It shows a lot of burnout. Many kids burn out by the time they're 15. And plus, they don't have time to do other things that normal 10-year-old boys do.
Okay. And based on your conversations with Lyle Menendez and his parents, did you also have reason to believe that Lyle played tennis at times when you didn't see him, that is, outside of the club.
Yes.
Okay, so in fact, Menendez's tennis playing could have exceeded the 10 hours that you were able to see him playing tennis.
I'm sure it did.
Now, you said that you saw Jose on the coach with Lyle giving him instructions.
Yes.
Is that right? Do you feel that you have a present memory of Mr. Menendez's instructions of Lyle so as to be able to demonstrate the manner in which he instructed his son?
Yes.
Okay. And could you stand up and demonstrate Mr. Menendez's method of giving instructions?
He was much bigger than me, but he walked very quickly, and he always had his head pointed downward. He spoke abruptly and barked. And I remember specifically one of the instructions was to take the ball on the rise, and he would go over and say, "Lyle, give me your racket." He would take his racket. "Take the ball on the rise. Let me show you." And then he would force me to feed some tennis balls to him that he would actually hit. "Take the ball on the rise. Take the ball on the rise, Lyle. Hit it this way." So it was barking in very quick, short, abrupt
Sounds consistent.
instructions.
And he would actually ask you to feed, Mr. Menendez would ask you to feed him balls so that he could then demonstrate what he wanted his son to do.
Yes.
And was this unusual in your experience for a parent to involve himself in coaching in this particular?
Unusual and insulting.
Did Mr. Menendez ever, to either of his sons, say, "Please do this"?
No.
Okay. Did he ever give them suggestions on how to play?
No.
How would you characterize his instructions? Were they orders?
Yes.
Did either of the Menendez sons ever react to Jose's orders, to their father's orders rather, in an unusual way?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's vague. Objection sustained.
How did the boys react to these orders from their father?
There was almost no reaction. Lyle would look at him. He would stare at him, but he was very quiet.
Did they ever say no? I'm
No.
not going to do that?
No, he did not.
Did they
Would
always?
we clarify, are you referring to both defendants or just Lyle Menendez?
Did either Erik or Lyle in your presence ever say no?
No.
Did they always? Did
Did
both?
you ever see this happen with Erik Menendez or only with
Oh.
Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I saw it with Erik as well.
Judge jumping in to
Now,
direct the witness.
let me ask you about tournaments. You said that you were able to observe Mr. Menendez's behavior.
So I'm sure we're going to get questions in the chat about that. The judge jumping in to ask a clarifying question. Yeah, it's unusual. In my opinion, I think usually the judge is going to be more, and I know that this judge has done it too. I guess I haven't noticed it in real time, like this time. So before I couldn't remember, I remember it coming up in questions from people, whether that was normal. But I think previously he kind of limited it to, he would usually do that if it was a hearing, and there's no jury present. But here we're in front of a jury, and it's, in my opinion, the judge is usually best served in a position that appears neutral for all purposes and is basically like the invisible hand kind of moving the case forward, making sure everything is on rails and is going properly, and is not interfering with anyone's constitutional rights, for example. But that was I don't know. It's a different style than what I like, what he's doing here by jumping in with a question, because my style is, if the other side isn't going to object, I'm not going to object on their behalf. Like it's up to them to put on their case and to advocate for their client. But that's, I don't know. It's somewhat unusual. So I'll say that.
Behavior at various tennis tournaments.
Yes.
And were these tournaments in which Lyle played or Erik played or both?
Both.
And could you describe for the juries how Mr. Menendez acted if, for example, one of his sons was losing a tennis tournament?
He seemed to be very uncomfortable. And then in one way or another, he would try to take control or either of the tournament director or
that is so funny. I didn't think
somehow
about
get
that.
involved in the match itself.
What a metaphor, right?
And was this behavior of trying to get involved in the match or trying to take control of the tournament director, is that acceptable behavior?
No, and it's not allowed.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned one example when Mr. Menendez came out on the court and spoke to, I believe it was Lyle's 10-year-old opponent.
Yes.
Okay. What effect, if any, did that behavior by Mr. Menendez have on the boy that his son Lyle was playing with?
He,
Sustained.
Could you see what happened as a result of Mr. Menendez coming out onto the court in that one incident that you told us about?
the boy lost the match.
Did you see anything about the boy's demeanor change after the contact with Mr. Menendez?
Yes, he was upset.
All right. How would Mr. Menendez act if at a tournament one of his sons was losing a match?
Objections. Yes.
Sustained.
Okay, you're right. How would Mr. Menendez act if at a tournament there was an actual loss? Okay. What would happen?
If Lyle lost a tournament match, there was very little word spoken. They would leave the club very, very quickly. Lyle would walk behind him and they would leave quickly. You got a feeling that he wasn't happy, and you sort of had a feeling something was going to happen at home or out of people.
Speculation.
All right, objection sustained. The answer is stricken. Everything will stand up to the first. You had a feeling, and everything thereafter is stricken.
Did Mr. Menendez, as he left the club very quickly after one of his sons lost a match, did he display any anger or emotion that you recall?
No, he was very quiet and very stern.
Could you describe how Mr. Menendez acted if either one of his sons won
Yes.
a match?
Yes, he was. When they came off, he was immediately very analytical of their play, and it was normally of what they needed to do to improve or what they did wrong in that match. Oftentimes, he would actually take them right back out on the court and practice more after the match was over.
So often, after the boys won, they would go back on the court with their father and practice.
Yes.
And what type of practice would their father put them through after they had won a match?
It was normally a series of repetitive drill type things.
Would he work them hard?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Mr. Menendez say to either of his sons, good job, good effort, I'm proud of you, anything like that?
No, there was nothing congratulatory. It was more analytical about.
And how did Mr. Menendez treat you as his son's coach for 3 years?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did he ever say anything in front
You
of the boys?
stopped coaching Lyle when he was approximately 13,
Yes.
and at that time Erik was about 10.
I beg your pardon?
At the time you stopped coaching Lyle, was Erik about 10?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
And did you see Erik and Lyle after the time you stopped coaching them?
More Erik than Lyle. Lyle would sometimes practice at the club, but Erik was still taking lessons there and playing there.
Was there ever an incident that you remember occurring with Erik when he was playing when he was about 14 or 15 years old?
Yes.
Okay, and that was at the club?
Yes, it was.
And was Mr. Menendez present for that incident, if you recall?
No, he was not.
And was that, what happened at about 14 or 15 years?
It was the finals of a tournament at our club. I believe it was in the 14 and underage division. And both players were having a lot of difficulty maintaining order on the tennis court. They were both angry and making bad line calls and arguing, and they were both very upset.
And when you say bad line calls, is that when they're not calling each other's shots correctly?
Yes.
And making the line calls is, again, a responsibility that the tennis player has.
Yes.
We clarify.
Okay, is this a match in which Erik was playing?
Yes.
And this was with another boy?
Yes.
You described the Menendez household as one that was dirty.
Unkept.
Okay, what specifically did you see that caused you to describe it as unkept?
There were clothes, rackets, shoes. I only had the opportunity to go into the kitchen and the family room, but you had to move things out of the way just to sit down.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Kurtain, did you practice your Jose Menendez imitation?
Did I
Did
practice?
you practice that?
No, but I can remember it.
You can remember that? Well, getting back to the practice that you put Lyle Menendez through,
Yes.
you say that you coached him
That was a weird
two-
question to start
2
with.
hours per week,
Yes.
and that he would practice about 10 hours.
I'm sorry, that was a weird question to start off with because now he just starts off sounding rude. I mean, yeah, Debbie Faison Cook, objection argumentative. Like why did that not come up here? Because that was just kind of a snarky question. I mean, the way that like it is a question that if you were to read it on a transcript, it's not necessarily objectionable, but like the way that he asked it just felt very much like as if he was asking if he made it. I don't know. There was something. That really rubbed me the wrong way. If I'm the jury here, I don't know how I'm feeling about questions like that.
Hours that you knew of per week?
Yes.
Now, is there a ranking system on a state or national basis for 10-year-olds?
No longer.
Was there then in 1978?
Yes.
And in fact, in order to be ranked, I would assume that you would have to, the player would have to put in a lot of time in practice. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So if a person was ranked, what would you expect him to put in as far as practice time?
I would say 3 hours a week.
3 hours a week?
They normally would take a lesson. What's normal is they might participate in a junior program where it's a group situation, and then they might play a practice match, which is typical.
And you coached Lyle Menendez for 2 hours, correct?
Yes, on 2 separate days.
So that'd be 4 hours?
No, I'm sorry. 1 hour at a time on 2 separate days.
And were both of those at the club?
In the winter months, yes. In the summer months, it was at their home.
So you didn't spend much time there
At the home,
or at either place with Lyle Menendez?
at the tennis club, I'm there 15 hours a day.
Okay. But specifically coaching Erik or Lyle Menendez, it was 2 hours.
Yes.
So in the summertime, you'd spend a total of 2 hours per week
At
at the home.
Well, in most cases, I would spend a little more time because I would talk with Kitty afterwards, or we'd sit and have lunch. And sometimes I got there and the kids weren't around at the hour I was supposed to be coaching.
Would you chat with Kitty Menendez?
Yes.
You indicated that she was nice and she would make you lunch.
Yes.
When you talked about the house, that it was messy, you said that there was clothes laying around and tennis rackets and tennis shoes.
Yes.
Would that be the defendant's clothes, their tennis rackets, their clothes?
It was both. It seemed to be adult clothes. I mean, there were dishes all over the kitchen. I mean, it was very unkept.
Okay, but the major mess was this tennis clothing that was strewn about.
Overall,
It was a variety of things. There were toys, there were tennis clothes, there were just a variety of things throughout the house.
There were also toys.
Yes.
Did you believe those toys to be the defendants or the parents?
I think Kuriyama's also not listening to the witness, because that's the second time that he asked a question where the question that he was asking was literally answered by the witness, like 102 questions or 102 answers prior to that. So I have a feeling that he's going through a script and he's not exactly fully listening to the witness. The toys part being like he had just said, like there were toys and clothes and other things. And he's like, there were toys there. Yeah, I don't know.
I assume they were the defendants.
Okay, and they were just throwing them out around the house, just laying around.
Just some things lying around.
Were the defendants pretty messy?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's speculation.
Yeah.
Now you testified as to some animals that were at the house.
Yes.
Now you indicated that Mr. Menendez was very demanding and he barked his orders to his sons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was his, how would you characterize the barking? Would it be more like a dog or a ferret or what? How would you characterize that?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear the ferret bark?
No.
Does a ferret bark?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is this? I'm glad that they objected on argumentative, because in a courtroom like this, where the standard is a very low barrier of sensitivity, I'm glad they objected to that.
Sustained.
Andy, you're not supposed to bark. He's asking about whether a ferret barks. We know that you bark. I think she sees a pigeon. Hey. Andy is
nothing further to
definitely
send in.
objecting.
Anything else? Redirect rather by Lyle Menendez.
Mr. Kurtain, you said that there is no longer a ranking system for 10-year-olds.
That's right.
10-year-olds. Is there
That's
some
right.
reason for that?
Yes, because the USTA, which is the United States Tennis Association, has recognized that the demands on kids of that age group are very difficult, and there's been a track record of burnout as the kids get to be 15 and 16 years old.
And when did that policy change?
About 2 years ago.
And in your opinion, based on your contact with Lyle Menendez, was he someone who was approaching that burnout rate just from the amount of practice that he was putting in at 10-year-old, as a 10-year-old?
objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your personal observation of Lyle Menendez, based on your 20 years of coaching, and based on your observation of him, was he over practicing for a 10-year-old based on the then prevailing standards?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind about that?
No.
You said that you saw him playing in the rain at one
Yes.
point. Do you know?
Sustained.
Well, this is responsive to the questions about he only coached him 2 hours a week, Your Honor.
Well, this is beyond the scope, Objection sustained.
You said on cross-examination, you were asked if you only coached him for a certain period of time per week, correct?
Yes.
And did you say the coaching lasted about 2 hours per week?
Yes.
Did you also see Lyle Menendez at times when you were not coaching him?
Yes.
And is one of the times you saw him, the incident you described where you saw him playing tennis in the rain?
Yes. And I also played with him in the rain.
And how old was he when you were playing with him in the rain?
It was during the entire time that I worked with him. And
Why do I feel like there's like some kind of like lyrics to a song that like I can't put my finger on it, but there's something. Might be Dancing in the Rain. I don't know. Someone in the chat will know.
if I was outside and it started to rain, we just continued. There was no stopping.
And was that your choice, Lyle Menendez's choice, or someone else's decision?
It was Jose's choice.
He would actually tell you to continue to practice? Yes. Did you ever see him play in the winter? In bad weather during the winter?
No, we were at the club in the winter months.
When did you quit coaching Lyle Menendez?
Sustained.
You said you coached him for 2 hours a week. How long did that 2 hours
Okay, counsel,
a week?
let's not go over things that were covered on direct. This is all
trying not
material
to,
that's been covered already.
Trying not to. When did you, why did you stop coaching Lyle Menendez?
Because I guess I was fired. I raised an objection in terms of him being involved in my lessons with Lyle.
Ooh.
Who being involved?
Him, I'm sorry, Jose. And I said, you're paying me to coach, let me coach, and you be the parent and I'll be the coach. I said, you have to make a
Fair
decision.
critique.
You either let me coach him or you coach him. And he said, fine, I'll coach him. And he left.
Was winning very important to Jose Menendez?
Yes.
Was it all important?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Menendez ever indicate to you how important winning was to him?
Objection calls for hearsay. It's not so.
This is
Sustained.
not offered for its truth.
Objection sustained.
It's offered to show a state of mind.
Objection sustained.
Did you ever observe Jose Menendez in a situation where you personally observed him and in a situation where it indicated to you that he thought winning was all important?
Sustained on the first ground.
Did you ever see
Mr. Benson?
Jose
No.
Menendez himself play in a competitive situation?
Yes, I did.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained on the basis that it's beyond the scope.
And when you say that winning was important to Jose Menendez, why do you say that?
Objection is irrelevant.
Sustained.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may sit down. You're
Okay.
excused. And you may call your next witness. Let me ask, how long is this witness going to take?
Probably about half an hour on direct. I need just a moment to speak with her.
All right. Okay. All right. Do you want to take a break now? You can do that, and then we'll resume.
It'll
So
be a
let's take
magic
a
break.
recess, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume at 1:45. Don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't form any final opinions about it, and we'll resume at 1:45. Defendants
Magic
are
break.
both in court, and all parties are present. Both juries are present, and we'll resume with the defense. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Mrs. Alicia Hurtz.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear that the testimony you may give and the cause you'll say in before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So just proceed, please. Would you spell your full name, spell your last name?
My full name is Alicia M. Hertz, Hercz.
Mrs. Hertz, what is your present occupation?
I am a teacher with Georgetown Visitation Prep. It's a Catholic school, all-girls school in Washington, D.C.
And how long have you been a teacher?
This will be my 17th year.
And were you a teacher at Princeton Day School for a period of time?
Yes, I was.
And as a teacher there, did you get to know Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and their two sons, Erik and Lyle, who are seated here?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with them by being a neighbor of theirs as well as by being a teacher?
Most definitely. We were neighbors twice. Once we lived about 4 to 6 blocks away from them. Then my husband was transferred to Paris, 1980-81. We first met them in 79. And when we returned, we resumed our relationship with them in 1982 all the way to 1989. And then we were 4 doors down from them.
I appreciate
Okay, so
her giving
when
the
you
full
returned
timeline
in
up front.
1982, you lived 4 doors down from them,
Yes,
is
we
that
did,
correct?
on the lake.
And when the Menendez family moved to California in 1986, I presume you stayed in New Jersey, is that
Yes,
correct?
we did. Yes.
Did you continue to have contact with the family after they left California?
Yes, simply because our family lives here, and we would come in December as well as at Easter. And so whenever we would visit, we would let them know that we would be in town and we would meet.
Did you have Lyle Menendez as a student of yours?
I certainly did.
And
Yes.
when was that?
That was September of 1984 through June of 85, and for half a year in 85, because it was a class that 3 of us team taught.
Now, who were the 3 of you who did the team teaching?
Mrs. Sandra Sharp, Fernando Gonzalez, and myself.
And
She's a-
the classes that you had him in, were
You
these
can tell.
large classes
rolled
or
off her
small
mouth.
classes?
No, the
Roll
first
off
one
my
had
tongue.
only 5 students. We met in a tutorial sort of situation.
And what did you teach?
I taught grammar and composition,
English or Spanish?
Spanish, of course.
And did you
There we
get
go.
to know Lyle Menendez
teacher.
during the time he was a student in your class?
Yes, you do get to know students when there are only 5 of them in a class. Yes.
Was there something unusual about the schedule that he kept?
Well, the class met first period, and I always saw him coming in a bit late. And at first that bothered me, and then I realized that that was the way things were in his house.
And what do you mean that's the way things were in his house?
I just, when I first approached him the first few times, it was evident that it was no fault of his that he was late.
How would he be dressed when he came in?
Tennis clothes.
Is this the way the other children dressed?
No.
Objection relevance.
And how did he look? Was he well groomed, or did he look
He
like
was-
he'd been doing something else before he got there?
He was clean, but sometimes his hair wasn't combed. He was always with tennis clothes, even when it was cold.
And did you learn that he played tennis in the morning before he came to school?
We knew that tennis was a very big part of his day.
Was there a problem that developed with regard to the quality of the work he did in class versus what he brought from home?
Yes, this class being a grammar and composition class, it was required of the students to read some very difficult literature. And I would ask them to write compositions. And the compositions that came back to me were wonderful. They were perfectly written. And every so often we'd have a grammar exam, and I could not really equate what went on in an exam versus the composition I was getting, which I would imagine would take a lot of critical thinking, a lot of knowledge in the language to be able to write that good of a composition. So I, in one of the parent-teacher conferences, I did bring it up to Joe and Kitty.
Now, when you say Joe and Kitty, is this Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
Mr. and Mrs. Menendez.
Is the short version of what you're telling us is that somebody else was doing the work that was coming from home besides Lyle?
Objection, false or speculation, legal objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Did you have an
that was definitely
opinion as to
leading.
whether Lyle was doing the work that was coming from home?
I had an opinion that there was no way that someone with the grammar knowledge that he had would be writing these compositions.
Now, did you have a discussion with his parents with regard to this problem?
Yes, because of it, I gave the
All right,
child.
you've answered the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry,
That's
Your
okay.
Honor.
Your next question, please.
What happened in that conversation with his parents about this problem?
Yes, he received a 2 grade,
And what is it? What is the top grade?
1.
Okay.
And they came to see me, and they asked why the 2 rather than the 1. And I explained that he said nothing in class, never spoke, and the grammar wasn't up to par. But the compositions were great, so I had to give him a 2. But there was no way that I could, of good conscience, give him a 1.
And did Mr. Menendez accept this gracefully?
No, not at all. And Kitty
Of course not.
accepted it even less gracefully.
Oh,
Were they confrontational with you?
Extremely so.
Were they frightening?
Yes.
Were they intimidating?
little leading.
Did you push this, what appeared to be cheating, as far as you might have with another student?
Oh, the way that we did things as teachers is we would have academic meetings no less than every 2 weeks, once a month. And during these meetings, we would bring up students' names. And the student's name would be put on the board, and we would say things that we felt had to be aired. And I would bring it up at every academic meeting, at every level meeting.
And did other teachers have similar problems
Similar or other comments, yes,
with regard to both Lyle and Erik?
yes.
And was there a general reputation of the parents in the school that affected what decisions were made about what to do about their children?
Most definitely.
And what was that?
Sustain.
Did the teachers talk about problems that they were having with Lyle and Erik?
Yes, they did.
And did they talk about problems they were having with the parents?
Yes, they did.
And based on their perception of the parents, did they then proceed to have confrontations with the parents or decide not to?
Also calls for speculation. Objection sustained.
Did you have any other confrontations with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez about this situation with someone else doing Lyle's homework? Did you personally?
No, I left it up to the administrators to handle it.
And why didn't you do it personally?
I knew it wouldn't do any good. And secondly, I really didn't welcome confrontational meetings. Meetings whereby I would have to be put in an aggressive position. So I would tell my administrators to call them in and handle it. I felt they had a lot more power than I would. I did what I could.
And
without damaging the child, you can't.
Indy just got reprimanded by Mr. Bites. If you guys saw her kind of jumping on the couch, she thought that she was going to get a treat from Mr. Bites. She was not getting a treat from Mr. Bites. Apparently, she was mean to one of the cats. Probably Astra. Indy. Over here. Indy. Okay, we're going to continue.
Was your concern that some of this would spill over onto the students?
Right.
And was this your response with regard to all parents, or was this just with these parents?
No. With most parents, we could write notes. They were called interims. With most parents, we would even sometimes pick up the phone and talk.
Why didn't you pick up the phone and call Mrs. Menendez and say, you got to stop this?
It wouldn't have worked.
Why?
Just
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Why did you say that Mrs. Menendez was even more confrontational than Mr. Menendez?
She could be fierce. She could be rigid in her thinking, stubborn, and you knew also that your job could be put at stake. They were intimidating people. They intimidated all of us.
Just, I forgot to mention this earlier. Care Bear, thank you so much for mentioning this. For anyone wondering, Leslie A. is not present during this testimony because her mother was gravely sick and passed away during this time of the trial. Yes, thank you. There was a portion of this today's portion, I'm being redundant, where they had a hearing on a number of matters, one of them being that Leslie Abramson was not in the court that day and that she was expected to return after a certain number of days because she had to fly out to the East Coast for her mother's funeral. So unfortunately, can you imagine like just dealing with that in the middle of everything during a not only just trial, but a massively high profile trial? That's a lot to handle all at once. And also Kit Kat, thank you so much for gifting one Legalbytes membership. Dionysia, I think Dionysia Jaclo, maybe, possibly. I am about 70% sure that I'm mispronouncing your name, and I'm sorry. Welcome to Bike Club. You have been gifted a membership by Kit Kat, and thank you so much to Kit Kat. Very kind and very generous of you.
All of us meaning the teachers?
Teachers, administrators, neighbors. Sorry.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken in regards to intimidating others. From that point on, the answer is stricken. The rest of the answer will stand.
Did you have a situation in which Lyle engaged in what you thought was unusual behavior with regard to coming to visit you?
Yes, there were two instances. I had a very small, not very nice office the first year I taught there. And one day Lyle came and sat in my office in full view of kids that would be passing in the hallway. And, you know, sometimes kids don't like to come into teacher's office because that's an immediate a sign of what problem did he get into, or does he need help with homework? But he sat there. And so I tried to elicit something from him. And to be honest with you, there was no exchange. There were no words exchanged for 30, 40 minutes. And I wondered what it was, what this was all about. No other student had ever done this.
And did that happen a second time?
This happened twice.
And was the second visit the same? He just came and sat there?
Exactly the same.
And did you try to find out what was going on?
Well, you try to elicit, you say, hello, how are you? You need help with your homework, etc. You elicit, you try to. But when nothing is forthcoming, you realize that, there's just so far you can go. And I didn't want to make him feel unwelcomed. Also, I didn't want to say, well, if you have nothing to say, leave. So I kept hoping that he would say something.
Mr. Bytes dropping in just.
Did you mention this behavior to his mother?
I mentioned it to her the next time we met socially.
And did you express some concern about what was going on?
Most definitely. I said, Kitty,
Right, you answered the question. We said most definitely. The next question, please.
And also, Shireen, thank you so much for also gifting one Legalbytes membership. Thank you so much. Also very kind and generous. I saw the comment that you wanted to match Kit Kat. I cannot talk right now. So thank you so much. Very kind and very generous also. And Mountain Princess 207 has done the same. So it looks like we've got a trend going of folks buying a Legalbytes membership for other people in the chat. So awesome. So now Sokotoa, you are also a member, as is Valentina Ducray. I'm so sorry. One of those is definitely wrong. Maybe both. But yes, welcome to Bike Club. Hope to see you guys on Friday for our members only live stream that we do casually on Fridays. We're just kind of hang out, sometimes talk about law, talk about a lot of other stuff, and just casually roll into the weekend. So yes. And also I do have a number of questions that are saved. Folks have been asking questions in the chat, so they're saved. I'll bring them up at some point soon, especially if I can remember, like in between witnesses. That's a good time to do it. Or maybe when we go to cross-examination. I'm not sure, but I have them saved. I just want to let you guys know we will be answering those soon at some point.
And after you told Mrs. Menendez about Lyle's behavior,
Yes.
Did Lyle ever come back to your office?
Never.
How would you describe Mrs. Menendez? You knew her both as a parent of a student of yours and as a neighbor.
Yes.
What was she like?
Kitty could be fierce, in her stance about things. She could be needy at other times, pathetic, kind of suspicious of people, unorganized, spacey, all kinds of contradicting things.
Would she be, you said she was disorganized.
Yes,
Would she forget things, like she'd have assignments for parties or something? And
yes. Or we would go to her house for dinner and we would start helping with the dinner because dinner wasn't quite done, or we would have to all engage in helping her cook.
was she athletic?
Very athletic. She could beat my husband at tennis.
What was her house like? What was the condition of the house?
Her house had a lot of animals in it, and I always felt that maybe part of the disruptive quality of the home or the smells had maybe to do with the animals. There was a feeling of...
As someone with a handful of animals in the home, I would just like to say that it's not necessarily a sign automatically that having a number of animals in the home will have disgusting smells. Just felt like I needed to say it. But yeah, if you're not taking care of them properly, then yes, then no one is living well, including the animals.
of not total cleanliness and good grooming and good housekeeping attached to it.
You mentioned smells,
Yes,
animal smells,
yeah, primarily, yes.
unpleasant animal smells.
Unpleasant, yes.
And what was Mr. Menendez like?
Joe was extremely good at intimidating people. He was abusive, could be cruel to people, even in a social setting, controlling. I found him destructive at times. If a party was going on, he had an edge about him or something about him that could almost destroy the mood. Very cruel, very sarcastic.
Did he appear to be controlling of his wife?
Totally.
Why do you say that?
I never knew of any other couple that when a certain time of the day came, that he would say, "Kitty, you're sleepy, we're going home." Or he would make hand signals when he wanted her to stop talking. Or he would finish a story for her.
Did she fight back or did she
Never.
just take this?
No, she never fought that back.
Did she seem to have a drinking problem?
She drank.
Was there a situation at a memorial party in which Jose's controlling behavior was demonstrated toward Lyle?
We were invited to a picnic at their house, and we sat on a bench eating, the four of us, my husband and Joe and Lyle and I. And my husband knew that Lyle was ready to graduate in June. This was in May. And we have a son who's now 21. So my husband was trying to engage in conversation with Lyle, much like he does with Michael. And he was
Michael's
saying,
your son?
Yes, ma'am. He was saying, well, what are your plans and what are you going to do in June? And no matter what my husband asked, Joe would answer, not Lyle. He just sat there. And Mr. Menendez answered every question, which I found extremely odd.
How old was Lyle at this time?
Lyle was ready to graduate from high school. This was in May. He was graduating in June.
Was there an incident in which you were playing tennis next to Lyle Menendez and his father, Jose Menendez?
At the Hopewell Valley Center, there were women, some of us women, who didn't belong to country clubs or anything like that, that we would have an hour's worth of court time. And, we would play from 9 to 10 in the morning or 8 to 9. And in the court next to us, Mr. Menendez and Lyle had court time as well. And I saw that interaction frequently.
And what was that interaction like?
Mr. Menendez instructed Lyle the whole hour, shouted commands, told him what to do, how to hit the ball, where to stand, the entire time he spoke.
Did Lyle say anything back?
Lyle was a total robot. very, very much like a robot would be.
Did you hear a lot of good shots or positive comments?
No,
Did you hear any positive comments?
not that I can remember. It was really instructional, primarily instructions.
Was there something about that that stood out in your mind?
In the only sense that I have a child, or I had,
Objections is irrelevant.
sorry.
Objection sustained.
Was there something unusual about that, or is this what you just see as regular father-son interaction?
Objection is irrelevant. Sustained.
Whoops. There's supposed to be, oh, geez.
Would you consider
That was weird. Ads are not supposed to be popping up on there. Okay, now we're back.
the type of conduct that you observed to be harmful, abusive, cruel?
Objection, also speculation about the truth. Sustained.
How would you describe the type of interaction that you observed, you both saw and heard?
Irrelevant. All right, she's already answered that question. Objection sustained.
When you were living there as their neighbors,
Yes.
was there an incident in which there was a major storm?
Yes, it was in July of 84. We lived on a lake, a man-made lake, and it emptied onto a dam, quite a nice sized dam, and then it would go on into various creeks all the way into Princeton. We lived in Pennington, and there was this lake which had a dam, and then it flowed, the waters flowed into Princeton.
And when you had this storm in July of 84, did something happen to the boats?
Yes, we had a boat, and we realized the storm was coming. We only had a little sunfish. And I remember my husband and our neighbor and my son pulling the boat onto the sand landing and tying the boat. And all our neighbors did the same because the storm was really getting horrible and the waters were rising. And even with that, the 12 boats went over the dam. There was nothing anyone could do. You could just see them. And you know, it was just horrible.
And were people looking for the boats?
A day or two later, everyone began by car with the right instruments, with whatever, to follow the route to see what we could gather from these little sunfish boats. And they all ended up in little bits and pieces down the way.
And did something happen in connection for the search for the boats with regard to Erik?
Yes, the Menendez had been away that weekend. So when they came back, there were no boats. And so Kitty sent Erik out to look for the boats because she had it in her head that he had not tied the boat correctly and they had lost their boats because of Erik. So she had him looking for the boat alone and was told that he couldn't return home until he found it.
And did he come to your house during the course of looking for the boat?
Many times.
And did any other families have their children looking by themselves for the boats?
Objection irrelevant.
No, that was not the kind of mission you could send a child out alone.
Was this a family that was open?
No.
How would you describe them?
Hermetically sealed kind of thing. Whatever they wanted you to know, they would let you know.
Objection, this is speculation.
What-
Objection sustained. The entire answer is true.
When you would get together in the neighborhood, would people talk about their families and
Yes.
what was going on?
Yes.
And what would the Menendez family talk about?
Tennis, Joe's promotions,
Anything else?
not personal.
Did the family seem to have an interest in exerting a lot of control over Lyle and his girlfriends?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture that we've marked as 196. Your Honor, the prosecution's already seen this. May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Hurtz, do you recognize?
I cannot imagine how that translated to
yes.
Lyle's relationships
And who was in that photograph?
of a romantic
Stacy.
nature.
Stacy. Stacy's last name. Do you know Feldman?
I don't know her last name because she was never a student of mine. Yes, I do
And
recognize
who's with Stacy?
Lyle.
Did Lyle have a lot of friends in school?
No,
How would you describe him? A member of a group, a loner? How would you describe him?
a loner. Sad, pathetic, alone, morose,
Jeez.
non-communicative.
Wow.
And did he then find a girlfriend?
He found a girlfriend.
And is that Stacy Feldman there in the
Yes.
picture?
Yes.
And was there something unusual about the relationship between Lyle and Stacy?
Yes.
What was that?
The other kids thought it uncool to hold hands or be so unguarded in the hallways to show affection towards each other. But they were always holding each other. They were always together, which again was brought up in many faculty meetings. What do we do with this?
Was it a problem for the school or just unusual?
We just viewed it as something Lyle needed it, and as long as it didn't go beyond this, it just was holding hands and this kind of thing, that it was okay.
And was there something unusual about the amount of time that they spent together?
It was obsessive. It was really, that's all they had. They had each other.
And the school decided to not
To
interfere?
sort of turn the head a little bit and not report, as we would with any other kid.
Why?
I think out of,
Sustained.
Did you have did you observe either Mr. Menendez or Mrs. Menendez being affectionate with either of their sons?
not in front of me, no, not ever.
Was there a time when Mr. and Mrs. Menendez invited you over to their house to see a movie?
They had invited us over for dinner, not just us, a large group in the neighborhood. Do you want me to name some names?
Well,
Matt's
no,
and
that's okay. So there's some
okay.
neighbors there.
Yes, a nice large group for dinner.
And then did they proceed to show you a movie?
After dinner, we played Trivial Pursuit. And after playing Trivial Pursuit, some people had to leave because by then it was getting late.
Question is, did they show you a movie?
Yes, they did, Your Honor, they
Your next
did.
question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they
And-
did.
Do you remember, did that movie stand out in your mind?
Tremendously so.
Do you remember the name of that movie?
Yes, I do.
And can you first say it and then spell it for us?
Yes. Pixote. Pixote.
And you remember that you were shown this film in their home?
Yes, I was.
Let me go back, if I may. We were talking about Lyle's relationship with Stacy Feldman. Did you have conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez that indicated to you that they had a strong interest in him, whether he had a girlfriend or not, and who the girlfriend was?
She worried. She didn't want things to get too serious enough that it would impede with other things.
What were the
Well, that
other
makes
things
sense.
she didn't want
Fair worry.
interfered with?
Tennis tournaments, his future.
Did it seem like the parents were going to be in control of the future for Lyle?
Sustained.
Based on their conversations,
Yes,
did you feel that the parents were taking an active role in controlling Lyle's life?
absolutely, totally, unquestionably.
And did that include his selection of girlfriends?
Yes.
And was there
I mean, I can see though. I mean, okay, so there was a rule in our house growing up. You cannot have a significant other, for my brother's, girlfriend, for me, a boyfriend, like you cannot have a significant other until you are accepted into college somewhere. That was just kind of like the general rule. How much that actually was effective, I don't know. We could probably have conversations with Andy and with other siblings, but I mean that was generally speaking what our house rule was. But I don't see that as being overly crazy controlling. My mom, my parents were just like, hey, friends are great. Having friends of the opposite sex is also great too. We don't want you to get distracted. We want you to be focused on your schooling. I kind of understand that. So I can see how a jury could be looking at this testimony right now and be like, okay, what's different about this, and your average parent that is concerned about their kid not getting distracted by entering into relationships. I don't know. I mean, but then again, that can also impede someone's ability to learn how to enter into relationships and engage in relationships. So I don't know, this part right here, I'm not entirely convinced along with the defense, but there has been enough that has come out so far in this trial that I'm like, it kind of fits with the rest of the fact points that have been dropped so far.
They're concerned that the girls he was picking were going to get his money.
Absolutely. That's why I described her as suspicious.
When is the last time that you saw either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez?
I saw Kitty the very last time, August 1st, 1989.
And where was it that you saw her?
At her home.
You were out here visiting?
I was out here visiting, and my son and I called her as we left the hotel to urge her to come to dinner with us.
Had you had a series of calls with her?
Many.
She was going to go and not going to go and back and forth?
Many, yes.
Did she seem unusually confused and indecisive?
Yes, she didn't know whether she could come. She asked us to drive by the house. She said, well, you could come in for a cocktail. I want to see you. I want to see you. So we decided to come by the house before going to dinner.
Okay. Did you have other people in the car with you?
We did. We had 3 cars. My mother-in-law was in one car. My son and I were in the rental car, and our best friends were in the 3rd car, Jim and Sue Stauffer. And we stopped in front of their house.
Okay. Did you call before you went to the house?
Yes, I wanted to let her know now is when we're leaving.
Okay. And how much time between that call and when you arrived at the door?
The hotel was the Universal Hilton, which was called the Registry then. And I would say it would take, 10, 12 minutes, 15 minutes at most.
And who went to the door?
Michael and I knocked on her door.
And did you wait a long time before she answered?
15 minutes at least.
Wow.
And
we were amazed by this.
Okay. Now, you had just spoken to her on the phone 10 or 12 minutes before.
Yes.
And did she eventually open the door?
She opened the door and let Michael and I in.
How did the house seem?
Very dark.
Was this during the day or
It was during the day. It must have been between 5 and 6 in the afternoon.
Was it all closed up?
Yes.
And how did she seem?
Strange. The strangest I had ever seen her.
Did it seem like there was something wrong with her?
Yes.
And this is leading together.
Okay.
Sustained on the letter ground, the answer is strange.
When you say she seemed strange, what did you observe about her that seemed strange?
Well, when you see that the people that have just knocked on your door have other people outside, you would then say, do they want to come in and have a glass of water or what? She didn't do that. So just Michael and I walked in.
Okay. Did she invite you to sit down?
No, we were sitting on the side of the sofa.
Was her conversation strange?
Yes, it was. She kept staring at Michael and staring at me. And then she kept saying, oh, I have to call Lyle because you're now living close to Lyle. And so she would go to the phone and then she would come back and tell us about the fish she was frying. And then she would come back and tell us why she couldn't go to dinner. And it was all like something that is not in a normal conversation.
Okay. Did she also talk to you about a trip she was about to take?
Yes. She said she was going to go to South America within a very short time.
And had you ever heard her talk about South America
Not at
before?
all. My family is originally from Argentina, and I thought that I knew her then for 8 years. Why didn't she ever tell me that she had family in South America or that she was going to go? So I found it very peculiar that she would bring that up. She said she was going to go see family in South America.
I mean,
Can't
it could
make
be
any sense.
family through marriage.
How long were you in the house with her that time?
We were there about 25, 30 minutes.
Had you ever seen her seem so bizarre on any other encounter you'd had with her?
No, I hadn't.
And
Never.
that's the last time you saw her?
That's the last time I saw her, and both my son and I walked out with her, he holding her around the waist and I holding her around the waist. It just seemed as though that's what she needed,
She needed physical support.
physical support.
Now, this was in August of 1989.
August 1st, 1989.
So this was just several weeks before her death. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
Yes, John, just a few questions. Mrs. Hertz, you
Yes.
mentioned an incident involving the search for the sunfish,
Yes.
and that occurred in 1984.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Erik came to your house many times.
Yes.
Was this during the course of his efforts to find the family's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was he coming to your house looking for the family's boat? You know?
Because
Sustained.
Did Erik say anything to you about why he was at your house looking for the
yeah,
boat?
he wanted instructions. What did we do in searching for the boat? He also needed to get dried up every so often. He needed, a little bit of warmth and drying up. His clothing were wet.
Okay, so that he was asking you what your family had done to try and find
Absolutely.
the boat. And what had your family done to try and find the boat?
Well,
Sustained.
Had you gone out driving?
we had gone out
with an adult?
driving.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Okay. You said that Erik came to your house because he needed to dry off.
Yes. Yes.
Did you see that he was wet?
Absolutely. And cold.
By wet, do you mean?
Wet physically. The clothes were very wet.
Okay. And you said that he was also cold.
Yes.
And how, over the course of how long did this search occur?
Well, last time we saw him, it was very, very dark at night. And that's when I picked up the phone and called Kitty.
The
And,
question is how.
sorry,
Ask the question again, please.
All right. So you last saw Erik. It was dark at
dark.
night.
By then it was dark.
And were you? How did you react to seeing this boy out looking for the boat?
That I
in the
had to
cold?
call Mom. Sorry.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did you do anything after the last time that you saw Erik when it was dark out?
I called his mother.
And did you ask his mother to do anything in that
Yes.
phone call?
Yes.
Overruled.
What did you ask his mother to do?
I asked her to first not place the blame on Erik because we all knew what had happened with the storm and 12 boats were lost to no one's blame. And second, for Joe or someone to help Erik when it was daylight, but definitely not to go on with this.
And did you then send Erik home?
Well, we don't know where he went. We have no idea.
In any event, Erik left your house,
He left our house.
and you don't know whether or not he went home or continued his search.
I have no idea.
Was Mrs. Menendez, when you spoke to her on the phone and tried to explain that it wasn't Erik's fault, sympathetic?
Oh, no. No, she was firm about her beliefs.
And did she indicate that Erik should continue looking for the boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if the boat was ever found?
I doubt it seriously. All the other ones were found in pieces.
How old was Erik at about the time this happened?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that Lyle would have been a junior in high school.
Erik would have been 13?
Probably, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Hertz,
Yes.
where were you born?
I was born in Argentina.
Have you heard of a place called Quito, Peru? Is that
Yes,
how you
sir.
pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
Is that where Mrs. Menendez said she was going?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard her say Quito, Peru, you knew where that was.
Absolutely.
Had you been there?
No.
Okay. Did you grow up close by to there?
No, the only countries in South America that I've
Gotta get
ever
off that mic.
visited were Argentina and Chile. And that's when I was 10.
Okay. Now, when she said Quito, Peru. She had to take a trip,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you know that they went to, in August, early August, they went to a place called Kalamazoo? Have you ever heard of that place?
Of course.
Now, Kalamazoo, did you know that there was a tennis tournament that Erik Menendez was playing in early August, and that they took a trip to Kalamazoo in early August?
When I saw Kitty, sir, I was leaving for Europe. The reason we were here was to say goodbye to my mother-in-law. And so I don't know, other than the trip to South America that she said she was going to take.
And she said,
Whether they were going to go to Kalamazoo or not, I'm sorry.
Gotta get
I
off
don't
that
know.
mic.
specifically, she said Quito, Peru.
Quito, Peru, yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Now, you said that you went there on August 1st of 1989.
Yes, sir.
That was about 19 days before the killings in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, when is it that you first talked to her on this trip, that you actually saw her on August 1st?
Yes, sir. We were here for almost 2 weeks. We had arrived in mid-July, and we're staying at the registry, which is now the Hilton. And she would call me a lot from her car phone because she was busy going back and forth to the house in Calabasas and decorating it. And my schedule somehow was very busy, and her schedule was busy, and we primarily spoke on the phone.
When was
Wild
it,
to
if
me
you
that
can
she
recall,
maintained a friendship.
the first time that you spoke to her on this trip to California?
I can't pin it down, sir. Maybe there are records in her car phone that would show that.
Was it a day before, 2 days before?
Couldn't tell you, sir. Couldn't tell you. I know that the day that I saw her, she had called me from her car phone numerous times.
During this period of time, did she indicate to you that she was busy driving the defendants around for tennis and that sort of thing?
She told me more about Lyle's new home in Princeton than about tennis, because we had sold our house and were living in temporary quarters in Canal Point. And she knew that he would be living in the same neighborhood, so she wanted us to connect. And the thrust of the conversation was, give me your number, I'll give you his number. Try to connect with Lyle.
The last time you saw her, she appeared to have a lot of things going on.
Yes, sir.
She was frying some fish, and she was
Yes, sir.
mentioned that she would like you to get a hold or contact her son Lyle
Yes.
back in New Jersey.
Yes.
And how long had you lived in New Jersey at that point?
Well, as I said, we first moved there in 79, were taken to Paris in 80-81, returned in 82, and we moved to Washington, D.C. about 3.5, 4 years ago.
And then you started to, when did you last see the brothers?
I can't remember when I saw them
Gotta get off
last.
that mic.
It's been a long, long time.
Did you see them, or did Kitty Menendez, Mary Lou Menendez, talk about her sons on the last occasion that you saw her?
Primarily where Lyle was going to live.
Did she also mention anything about Lyle's girlfriend at that time?
All I can remember, sir, is that there had been.
This is I'm interrupting because he's asking people. We've got some folks talking about her long-winded answers. She's not a very difficult witness to cross-examine, in my opinion. I think that if you want to be aggressive with her, she's not someone that you can really be aggressive with, because that won't play very well in front of the jury, I think, in my opinion. But the way to do it, like, she's also a very respectful person. Like when the judge, says you've answered the question, she's like, apologize to the judge. She's a very proper person that is not an aggressive person at all. You can set that tone pretty early on with the cross-examination just by structuring the questions as true yes or no questions. But he just asked her an open-ended question. Like, he's asking her a number of open-ended questions. And I know that sometimes that's fine, because in some instances, like, we got a lot of pushback during the Depp trial for being very critical of Denison's cross-examination of some of the expert witnesses, because we were like, you're asking all these open-ended questions. Sometimes it's it can be appropriate because, if you are, you have to be skilled enough. And Dennison, as it turns out, I'll eat my hat. Dennison was skilled enough to do it, to pull it off. But here I think that can sometimes, it depends on the witness. Sometimes expert witnesses as opposed to lay witnesses. This particular witness, like, it's a lot better if you can just ask very, very short yes or no questions and just move it right along. But otherwise, she's taking control of this cross-examination. This is effectively a third direct examination, right? Because one from each side, from each defendant, and now from the prosecution. So, all right, maybe it's a stylistic difference that I just have my own preferences, but I don't like it.
Had been 2 or 3 girlfriends in a row. There was one that was older than Lyle that was in tennis, like a pro. But I don't know if that was the one that she was referring to, or another one who was model.
This model.
So I don't know which one she might have been referring to.
Okay. When you say she might have been referring to one of the two, what do you mean by that? What did Mary Lou Menendez say about Lyle's girlfriend?
That she was very unhappy about it. That the girl was a gold digger or something like that.
Did she mention that she was upset that this girlfriend might be pregnant?
Yes.
And Mary Lou Menendez told you that?
In a way. She said she wished that Joe had taught Lyle the facts of life better.
So what Mary Lou Menendez told you and what the family told you wasn't restricted to, as you had testified, to tennis and Jose's promotions. Mary Lou also told you about some of the problems that were happening.
On the phone. But on this last day, it primarily was about where he was going to live.
Where Lyle was going to live?
Yes, sir.
In New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
But on the phone during that period of time, that week or two that you were there, Mary Lou Menendez told you some of the problems that she was having with her sons?
Some of the things came out as the decorating of the house. She found that very, very difficult. She said several times that he or she felt out of her league in the Beverly Hills area.
With regard to this girlfriend, did Mrs. Menendez indicate to you that they had to speak to Lyle Menendez?
It's like someone's trying to scrape the inside of my ears. Like, get out of there. Stop it. Okay.
About that situation?
Oh, gosh. The only things I can remember were that she thought it was not appropriate for Lyle to be going with her. That was the thrust.
This was the model girlfriend?
Again, I don't know if it was the model one or the one that had been a tennis pro. I was not that close to know.
Now, on the day that she...
Also, Debbie Faison Cook, thank you so much for gifting one Legalbytes membership to Audrey. Audrey, you have been gifted a membership by Debbie Faison Cook, and welcome to Bike Club. So I hope to see you on Friday during our casual Friday members only live stream. All right, let's continue.
That you actually saw Mrs. Menendez, did you make some arrangements preliminarily to have dinner with the family?
Sir. We had made reservations at a restaurant that was called Cactus in Beverly Hills because we found that it was nice, and we really wanted her and Joe to come with us.
Who was going to come to the dinner that you had
The
set
Stoffers, my mother-in-law, my son, myself, and we kept asking Kitty to join us and her husband. She said that Joe had a meeting.
Did you ask that the sons come as well?
No, sir. No.
You didn't invite the sons?
No, sir. I didn't know if the sons were in the house or not. I did not see them.
When you got to the Menendez house in Beverly Hills and Kitty came to the door, or Mrs. Menendez came to the door,
yes, sir.
Did she greet you and your son?
Oh, yes.
How did she do that?
Well, we are very warm, my family, and we tend to hug immediately. So I am sure I hugged her And I'm sure Michael
Whoa.
did too.
Did she not accept the hug? Did she not?
And
I mean,
hu-
it wasn't like shaking hands or anything, you know.
she was she happy to see you?
I can't tell if she was happy or not. It was hard to read her that day.
But you hugged, you embraced,
I hugged her. Yes, I'm
and
sure.
she hugged your son.
I am sure.
And did she tell you that she was busy at that time?
No, we were just following her, and there was silence. And then again, I said she didn't say anything about the people outside. She didn't offer us anything to drink. She would stare, and then she would go talk on the phone, and then she would come back, and she talked about South America, and then it was a very unusual thing.
About this trip to Quito, Peru.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that Mrs. Menendez had relatives in the Oak Lawn area of Illinois, the Chicago area
Yeah,
of
Debbie,
Illinois?
he is leaning on
I
it.
probably knew that years ago when we first met them.
Do you know about how close that is to Kalamazoo, Michigan?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you know that she had visited her relatives near Kalamazoo on this August trip?
No, sir.
Didn't know about that?
I would not know that. I'm sorry.
Now, this lost boat incident that you were talking about,
Yes,
when I believe in 1984.
Yes,
So Erik Menendez was a teenager at that time.
yes.
Now, isn't it true that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez thought that Erik Menendez had not tied the boat up? Remember
Right.
that?
Right.
And that they indicated to you that their kids had to be responsible, and sending Erik out to find the boat went toward that end, that the brothers would feel a sense of responsibility. Did she tell you that?
Not responsible. It was a blame without justice,
Did
justification.
Did you indicate in a report, December 26, 1991, that the Menendezes indicated to you? Page. Yours are unnumbered, but it's the third page.
All of
of the
those
December
noises from
26,
that podium are
1991
just like
report.
so loud to me right now.
Specifically, you're asking what?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely,
Specifically,
I mean, they definitely are trying to paint this as Jose and Kitty Menendez were tough parents. Sure, they were tough parents, but they were tough parents because they wanted to instill discipline in their children, and they wanted to, make sure that they learned responsibility and all the yada yada yada, all this kind of thing. And and they were very driven, motivated parents that wanted the best for their kids. They wanted them to succeed. That's really how they want the jury to pick this up, whether or not the jury, various jurors are thinking that at the moment. I don't know. I mean, we do know that a number of them, sided with the defense, and a number of them sided with the prosecution. But I don't know. Attitudes also may have changed from 1993. That's the other thing to keep in mind too. All right, let's continue.
whether this witness had stated that
Which paragraph you're referring to?
it's the second full paragraph on the third page.
Debbie, I completely agree with you. I'm just stating the way that the prosecution is trying to play this. Everyday shape? Yes. Yeah.
It's the last sentence of that paragraph.
All right, you asking whether that was stated to the witness by Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
Objection is overruled.
Do you recall the report that you gave on December 26, 1991?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at this report?
Sure. If you'd like me to, I'd be glad to.
Oh, good. He's away from the podium finally.
The kids had to learn a lesson from the incident. Not the kids had to learn how to retrieve a boat. It was the kids were bad. They had to learn a lesson. That's what I meant, but they had to learn a punitive lesson.
They had to learn to tie the boat up the next time. Fair to
Right.
say?
But we all tied the boat to no avail.
Now, there was your opinion about the relationship between the
Oh my
parent,
God.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
and Mrs. Menendez, and the brothers. I
Yes.
believe you
I liked him better when he
reported
was trying to impeach
that they
her.
were overprotected and under-disciplined. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The parents protected them, but they didn't discipline them enough in your mind.
Discipline in the sense of teaching them values, in the sense that not to be corrupt, not to be intimidators or fears. You know, you teach a child, hopefully, a balanced thing, how to be competitive, but how to be kind.
Were they corrupt? You didn't think that the parents did a very good job of them?
I thought there was an essence of destructiveness and corruptiveness about them.
That you had to counsel with the parents with respect to the defendants. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Did you have occasion to see the parents when they got into trouble?
The kids never got into trouble in my class.
Do you think it would refresh your present recollection to take a look at the report that we just looked at?
No, you can read it to me if you would.
Okay. You indicated, it's page 2, the third paragraph. Well, the third sentence. Okay. Did you state, with respect to the parent-student conferences that you had with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez regarding Lyle Menendez in particular, did you state that their being demanding was not dissimilar to other Princeton Day School parents, and that you felt that there was a combination of Lyle striving to do his best and his parents being helpful that resulted in the good grades that he got? You remember saying that?
PDS parents want their children to go to Harvard, Yale, Princeton. They're all pushy. They're all going to be there fighting battles. But they also seem to have a balance.
Now,
But with these people, they just wanted to know what grade, and why the grade.
and
Not
further,
did he learn anything, or, I'm sorry.
that's
Go
okay.
on.
Are you finished? Now, further, that in that same paragraph, you said that if either of the boys got into trouble, you would see both of the parents.
The school would, yes. I only taught Lyle, and he never got into trouble in my class.
So the trouble would have been outside of your class.
Whatever.
Now, as a neighbor of the Menendezes, you were friendly with the Menendezes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what good qualities did you see in Mr. Menendez?
They were attractive in the sense that, everyone talked about them. They were going somewhere. They were strong. They had this this quality of power, much like you would admire a movie star or something. So that they had this aura about them in the neighborhood.
No.
And so, and also the neighborhood was small, and we all clung together. We all sort of stuck together.
So you would go over for dinner?
We would go over for dinner. We'd meet at canasta parties. They would come over to our house, and it was a group. It wasn't just two couples. It was a group. It was a neighborhood thing.
Did you ever see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez smile?
Oh, he laughed all the time.
How about Mrs. Menendez?
Less so.
Did you ever
Yes,
see her smile and laugh?
Not much. Not
Did you?
much. Not much.
Some?
It doesn't scream out at me that she did.
Did you have fun with her?
It was a very, very unusual kind of situation to be in her presence as well as Jose.
Did she speak of how proud she was of her sons?
When it was tennis, yes.
And did you indicate that it was your belief that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez lived for their sons?
No, sir.
Do you think it would refresh your present recollection to take a look at the report of December 26, 1991? At page 4, the last paragraph.
Yes. I said that they seem to live through their children. And in a weird sense, they seem to care for them.
I have nothing further to comment on.
Any redirect? All right.
Mrs. Hertz.
Yes.
Mr. Kuriyama asked you a lot about Quito, Peru versus Kalamazoo.
Yes.
Do you think that she told you she was going to Kalamazoo?
No, no way. No, because when we got back to the car and even in the restaurant, we were trying to figure out what Danish or Finnish family would have settled in Quito, Peru of Kitty's. It became our conversation at the restaurant, how strange going to South America it would be.
So this was not Kalamazoo she was talking
Absolutely not. Yeah, no.
Okay. You said that part of her conversation in this last very strange visit
Yes.
was about Lyle's new home in Princeton.
Yes.
Was this the new condominium that his parents
Yes.
were buying for him?
Yes, ma'am.
So she was talking to you about the fact they were in the process of buying him a brand new condominium in
Right.
Princeton,
Yeah, right.
in the part of
Canal
town you were.
Point. Absolutely. Where we were renting until we were moved to Washington, D.C.
Was that a nice area?
Very pleasant. There were patio homes. It was lovely.
Now, you talked about, you had said earlier that you considered them a very secretive family.
Yes.
And yet there was this discussion about Lyle's girlfriend being a gold digger. You don't know if that was the tennis player or the model.
Yes, I have no idea. I didn't know any by name.
Okay. Now, how do you reconcile that with them being secretive? I mean, she's telling you about worrying about that his girlfriends are gold diggers. Is that what you consider an open kind of person? Or,
I think,
well, Your Honor, this was in response to Mr. Kuriyama's question.
It's still irrelevant. Objection sustained.
Is it still your position that they were a secretive family?
yes.
You said that when you approached her, Mrs. Menendez, that last visit in August, you hugged her.
Yes.
Are you the kind of person who reaches out and hugs somebody?
All the time.
So it wasn't that she reached out to you.
No.
And your son, Michael, is he a hugger also?
Oh, yes.
The boat incident in which Mr. Kuriyama asked you about teaching the children how to learn, you saw what was being done to Erik as punishment.
Totally punishment.
And how long was he in the process of looking for this boat?
Early morning till dark that we know of.
Now, he was wet. Is this because he went in swimming or was it raining? Or?
No, because in order to look for the boat, he probably had to get in the water somewhere.
Objection to speculation.
Sustain the answer, Mr.
How many times did
It's
he
not very
come to
certain.
your house during that day and nighttime that he was looking for you?
Many, from 3 to 5 at least.
Did you consider this dangerous, what he was doing?
Yes,
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
So beyond being punishment, which you thought was unwarranted, you thought it was dangerous?
yes.
You mentioned the fact that you thought that there was a corrupting influence of the parents. Can you tell me what you were referring to?
That at a young age they were exposed to things that were very mature
Very
mature
mature?
in content.
So material that they shouldn't have.
In content, mature things.
And was there anything corrupting about what you thought was happening with their schoolwork?
Yes, if someone,
Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Mr. Kurtain asked if she thought that the parents were corrupting, and I would just like to find out what the basis for the opinion is that he elicited.
Now, the question had to do with they being corrupted or corrupted,
Okay.
and there is no reference as to or definition as to who the they was, so it's rather ambiguous. Objection is sustained.
Did you believe when you said they were corrupted, who did you mean?
primarily Joe, and allowing someone else to do homework, showing them movies that perhaps were too mature in nature.
You talked about discipline problems. Was Lyle ever a discipline problem in your class?
Never, never,
Did he ever speak?
never offered a word, had no sense of humor, was very unusual, a very unusual child.
Unusual in what way?
Unusual that he was unlike all the others.
In what way?
Quiet, never ever offered a word in class. Was on his own. The other 4 didn't warm up to Lyle at all.
Was he the class clown acting
Oh,
out,
no.
making jokes?
Oh no. Sometimes he would, he had a look which worried me, which was he could disassociate himself from what was happening in the class. You could just see Lyle taking notes, and then all of a sudden he was gone. And that worried me too. There was a certain disassociation that occurred.
Really quick, let me just jump in here. I think this is probably pronounced Ivan Bajulich, I think. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bite Club. On Friday, I hope to see you at our Friday casual members only live stream. So thank you. And the other questions and things that I have saved, I still have them saved. I'm waiting for this witness to finish her testimony.
You were asked about Mr. Menendez having a sense of humor.
If you call that a sense of
Okay,
humor. Yes, yes, I
lawyer
was.
asked whether you were asked that.
Sorry. Yes, I was. Yes,
And
I'm sorry.
what kind of sense of humor did he have?
It was based on ridiculing others
And did this happen in your presence?
all the time.
And who would he ridicule?
The target would be neighborhood women, men who perhaps had lesser positions than him in the business world, people who were easy to attack.
And did he do this to his wife as well?
Yes,
And this would be done in front of other people?
yes.
You said that it was an unusual situation to be in the presence of Mrs. Menendez when Mr. Kurtain
Yes,
asked you. What did you mean?
you had to know them in order to understand this. It was not comfortable. It was never totally comfortable to be around them.
Why?
Because they were very confrontational. They were always the strongest, the best, the ones on top, the ones that could intimidate, the ones that could at any moment ridicule you. It was that kind of a thing, and very unusual in our group for someone to do that.
Okay, thank you. The other question was I think Mr. Kurtain asked you about them living for or through their children. And I
Yes.
believe you said that living through their children was a
Yes.
more appropriate statement. What did you mean by that?
That the highs that the kids would experience, well, it was them behind them after all. You know, they were the ones that got the credit or maybe they would have been the ones that wanted to win the tennis tournament. There was a fusion there that was very hard to separate.
A fusion between the parent
You
and the
didn't know
child?
where their lives began and where the children's life began or ended. It was just a mixing of emotions and things.
Thank you. I've nothing further.
Anything else?
One question. What did the house look like when you visited it on August 1st, 1989? Was there anything unusual about it?
Dark. That's all I can tell you. Dark and the smell of fish.
Ooh.
This was an unusual and rather bizarre incident that stands out in your mind?
Sustained.
Was Mrs. Menendez's behavior quite unusual?
Yes.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. Mrs. Hertz, when was it that the Menendezes moved away from where you were living?
He's back on the
Well,
podium.
they moved from Pennington to another house in Princeton. And they moved the spring before Lyle graduated from high school. They moved to a beautiful home on Mountain View.
And then at some point they moved to California.
Yes, sir.
And you continued to have contact with the Menendezes?
Yes, sir.
And when you got to California, you looked them up specifically.
Vice versa. Either they would hear through the neighborhood that we'd be coming, and then she would reach me, or the minute I would arrive, I would say, Kitty, if you need me, I'm here.
And in fact, you wanted to have dinner with both Jose and Mary Lou Menendez on the August 1st, correct?
Yes, we had chances to take them to the Rose Parade or dinner before. We wanted to many times to introduce them to our friends here, so that they would have friends, so that Kitty wouldn't feel so much out of her league, and that she wouldn't have anybody.
You like Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, didn't you?
I like people, and I give them the benefit of the doubt always.
Thank you. I have nothing
Yes.
further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're
Okay.
excused.
Your Honor, thank you.
And we'll be in recess. You have more witnesses this afternoon as to both juries. Is that correct? All right. The time estimate that lawyers gave me a little bit off as far as finishing this morning, but we'll
Usually the case.
Previously indicated that I would have no objections to the testimony of the next witness, Sandy Sharp, but in reviewing her statement again over the lunch hour, it appears that much of it is repetitive of what other witnesses have already testified to. I assume the court does not have a copy of the statement. I have a clean copy from the court. The court wishes to see it, so I can make references to what I'm talking about.
All right.
Okay. So, all right. We're going to jump to the next witness, but first let me answer some questions here because some have been collected here. Christian Williams says, Legalbytes, random question for later. I was watching a trial over the weekend and they mentioned hostile witness. What is that? That is when, so a hostile is whether they are hostile to your party's interests, right? So like the party that you're representing. So by default, when an attorney is cross-examining the other side's witness, that witness is always hostile to them by default. Sometimes you can call a hostile witness, meaning you can call a witness who has interests that are not aligned with your party. So for example, if the prosecution had decided to call the defendants as witnesses, they would be calling them as hostile witnesses. Sometimes, you can have Hollywood likes to make this big dramatic moment about that they would like to have the judge declare a certain witness hostile. Usually when they do that in TV shows or movies, it's when they're cross-examining a witness anyway, so they're already hostile to them. So, but that's basically what it is. It has to do with the interests of the witness, whether they are more aligned with one side or another. And if they are not aligned to your side, they are hostile to your side. I hope that makes sense. Haley F says, Alita, I was wondering if they retried them now, do they use the laws from 1993 or today's laws? They are generally going to be using the laws that were in place in 1993, especially if those laws became more stringent on a person in their position. So there's a lot of strong case law on the fact that you cannot retroactively criminate behavior or make behavior give behavior already criminal behaviors stronger consequences. So if consequences, if a particular activity was perfectly legal and then tomorrow it's illegal, if you did it today while it's still legal, you can't be tried for it. So similar concept in terms of like the other way around. If laws became easier, I actually don't know the answer to that question because that is not a bar exam question, at least not that I remember. But I think it's still the same. Generally speaking, it's you're tried with the laws as they were when they happened, and that's why Alec Baldwin ended up getting his charges dismissed, is because they had changed the laws in New Mexico, and then they tried to try him and the others under the new law as opposed to the law that was in existence then. Your Everyday Sheep says, is this judge more reserved or more active than what is usually seen? I think it really depends. I mean, the more trials you watch on court TV or Law and Crime, the more styles of judging that you will see. I think he's more active than what I normally like to see. So I think he's, I guess more active than normal, but I mean, that may be coming from my own preference and my own bias for what I think I would like to see in a courtroom, generally speaking. And then Christian Williams, this is direct, right? So I can't remember exactly what point you were asking, but just a rule of thumb for being able to decide whether it's direct or cross-examination. The way to tell is if you know what part of the trial we're in. So we are in the defense's case in chief, the second half, right? Time wise, it's more than half. But the first part is the prosecution, then we've got defense, and then prosecution can have a rebuttal case after the defense. But if you know that we are in the defense's case in chief, and a witness is being asked questions by the defense attorneys, then it's going to be either direct or redirect. The prosecution side is going to be doing cross-examination of those witnesses because these witnesses are being called by the defense during their case in chief. So the first one to ask questions, or if you recognize that the defense attorney is the one asking questions, it's their witness. So it's going to be either direct or redirect or redirect or redirecting, depending on how many times we go back and forth until the witness is finished. So I hope that makes sense as well. Okay. Debbie Faison Cook, you can tell it's cross because of the mic noises. Yeah, because you could tell that it's Kuriyama, right? Because he's leaning on the podium like that, and just scuffling everything. Okay, let's continue on.
And have you already reviewed this with the defense as to which areas they intend to actually go into with this witness, or are you just using the document?
Here we go.
At the Chapin School in Princeton.
Oh. And let me go back. Okay.
And with the council permission, give those statements to the court so the court can have them before Wednesday.
Though this is going to be Sandra Sharp.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So the court will understand the nature of our objections to them testifying.
All right.
Yes, I am. At the Chapin School in Princeton. Yes, I was teaching at Princeton Day School.
Now, what kind of school is Princeton Day School?
K through 12, extremely competitive.
By K, do you mean kindergarten?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the years 1985 and 1986, were you in fact teaching at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I was.
And is Princeton Day School also known as PDS?
Yes.
What courses were you teaching in 1985 to 1986?
Upper school Spanish.
Now, what is upper school?
Upper school is grades 9 through 12.
And is there a term for the school that is before upper school?
Middle school,
And what grades are middle school?
4 through 8.
In 1985 to 1986, did you have Erik Menendez in one of your classes?
Yes, I did.
And what class was that?
Spanish 1.
And also, Chrissy Linen, I'm sorry, but sometimes as an attorney, you have to ask the questions that are very elementary. I know you got it. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
And he was in what grade at that time?
The 9th.
So he was just beginning upper school?
That's correct.
And did Erik, in your Spanish 1 class in 9th grade, appear to have any prior instruction in the Spanish language?
No, he did not.
Did you later learn that he had, in fact, had some prior classes in Spanish?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he have what classes?
Judging culture or something.
Sustain.
Could you lower your microphone a bit? Thank you, Michael. Now, you also taught Lyle Menendez Spanish at Princeton Day School. Did
Yes.
you not? And how long did you teach Lyle Spanish?
2.5 years.
Did you teach Erik Menendez for a whole semester?
An entire year.
An entire year. Okay, so that would be September through June 1985 to 1986.
Yes.
And that was a class that met daily?
I believe it was 4 times a week.
Okay. And about how many children were in the class?
15.
So it was a relatively small class?
No, it was a relatively large class.
Okay. What's a relatively small class for Princeton Day School?
7, 8.
Okay. Based on your contact with Erik Menendez in 9th grade as his teacher, did you notice any differences between Erik and his older brother Lyle?
Rejection or relevance.
Sustain.
Would you describe Erik Menendez as a student in 9th grade in your Spanish class?
Very fragile, needy, vulnerable, sensitive, caring.
How would you describe Erik Menendez academically?
In my class, below average.
Now, you've told us that the atmosphere at PDS was very competitive in terms of academic achievement.
Yes.
Is that correct? Would you characterize Erik as a student average, below, above the norm at PDS?
Connection Life Foundation.
Yeah, I have a question right back, please.
Am I allowed to answer that?
No, one more second.
Question, would you characterize Erik as a student average, below, above the norm at PBS?
Objection overruled. You may answer the question.
In my particular class, he was below the norm, but it was for a specific reason. May I mention that?
Okay, well, let me ask you another question before that. Did Erik appear to belong at PDS academically?
Given his learning differences at that point, no.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned learning differences.
Yes.
Okay, what, is that a term of art?
In the 60s and before that, we used to call them learning disabilities. We call them learning differences now because they're not necessarily disabilities. It's a way that children learn differently than the norm.
And you mentioned Erik's learning differences. Did you observe or come to recognize a learning difference as a result of your having taught Erik?
Yes, I did.
And what learning difference did you come to recognize?
He had massive auditory discrimination, auditory processing problems.
Okay, now what are auditory processing problems just in general?
May I give an example?
Yes.
If I were to say to him in Spanish, "What time is it?" he might say, "Today is Monday." He would pick out a key word, focus on the word, and he would have to process a number of different things at the same time. And for children with this difference, it's not as easy as it is
Interesting.
for someone who doesn't have this difference.
Is auditory processing problems, are they particularly involved where the child is being taught a different language?
Yes, but not exclusively. It also manifests itself in following directions, which Erik had a history of having.
Okay. You mentioned that Erik had a history of difficulty following directions. Have you looked at any records which cause you to say that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you have, in fact, in front of you a packet of records that appear to be Erik's records from PBS?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd like those marked exhibit 197 for identification, please.
Yes.
So the prosecution copy. And Mrs. Sharp, have you reviewed those records prior to coming to court today to testify?
Yes, I have.
Now, let me ask you a moment. You've been a teacher for how long?
24 years.
And what educational background has prepared you for 24 years of teaching?
I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in Spanish and a minor in education.
And have you taught different levels of school?
Yes.
What levels of school have you taught?
I've taught kindergarten through 12th grade and college level through 300 level lit.
Okay. And in addition to your education, have you received on-the-job or any additional training in the area of learning disabilities?
Yes, a number of workshops. We go to 1 or 2 every year at my current school, and I attended several at PDS.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed that have been marked as Exhibit 197, are those records for Erik's middle school years as well as his 9th grade year at PDS?
Yes.
And included in those records, are there things called comments?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what are comments?
Comments are little pieces of paper that every teacher was required to write at each interim marking period and at the end of each marking period, and it was to assess the student's progress. The students were given a grade, an academic grade, and an effort grade. And when we wrote these, the most important thing for us to do was to tell the student what he was doing well. That was very important, so that the student had some sense of how he was doing them, and we were pleased with his work. At the same time, we also felt that we had to be completely honest and tell the student where he was having some difficulty.
Okay. And those are comments that are filled out on a regular basis by teachers assigned to teach the individual students.
Yes.
And in fact, you see a number of those comments in the records that are Exhibit 197.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that those records told you that Erik had difficulty with auditory processing in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
In what ways had he had difficulty with auditory processing?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Okay. Are there remedial classes available at PDS for children with learning disabilities or learning differences?
Up to the 8th grade.
Okay. And is there anything that in those records which indicates that Erik went to a remedial class for his learning difference?
Objection left. Termination hearsay.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to be heard.
The objection was lack of foundation and hearsay.
I'm going to go on to another area for the moment, Mrs. Sharp. Did you ever meet Jose Menendez, Erik's father?
Yes,
And approximately how many times did you meet Mr. Menendez?
half dozen
Did you meet him at the school or in
at
some
school.
other- And were these at parent-teacher conferences?
Parent-teacher conferences and back-to-school night.
Okay, what's back to school night?
It's an evening set aside in the fall when parents may come and visit the different classes and ask questions.
Okay. And the parent-teacher conferences, what are those like? Are they individual conferences with parents?
They're officially scheduled once a year, and it's the parent's option to attend or not to attend, although frankly, I've never known a parent not to attend. But at any time at Princeton Day School, a parent could make an appointment with a teacher for any reason.
Okay, and you met Jose Menendez approximately 6 times.
Yes,
So I take it that he had more than one parent-teacher conference during the year that you taught Erik.
no. He never came to Erik's.
Okay. You also taught Lyle, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so are you talking about meeting him 6 times
total.
total? All right. How would you describe Jose Menendez based on your contacts with him at these conferences?
Bel-
Objection, 352.
Overruled.
You can answer.
belligerent, manipulative, trying very hard to be powerful and in control, rude, nasty.
Jeez.
In what ways was he manipulative? Do you have any specific instances in mind?
Well, he was never satisfied with Lyle's grades. He didn't come to Erik's conference. And obviously, I was a terrible teacher because Lyle wasn't speaking fluent Spanish, because obviously Lyle had a Cuban gene.
So he indicated, he expressed some belief that because Lyle was Cuban, he should be able to speak Spanish.
Absolutely.
As a teacher, is that a rational belief in your opinion?
Objection, calls for proper opinion.
Sustained.
Is that how people learn Spanish, because they have a gene that allows them?
No.
Now, you said that you have been a teacher for 24 years.
Yes.
And I take it during the 24 years you have seen and met a number of parents of
Yes.
students. Did Jose Menendez stand out among the parents that you've met?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
How would you describe Jose in terms of your reaction to him?
Referring to Mr. Menendez.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Objection, irrelevant. Ask and answer.
Did you get the question?
No, I didn't.
Wait, no, let's, or to read it back.
Question, did Jose Menendez stand out among the parents that you met?
Oh,
Objection
yes.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Was Mr. Menendez frightening to you?
Yes.
How was he frightening? In what way?
He tried to tell me that I did not know what I was doing, that I was a bad teacher, that it was my fault that his son wasn't doing better in school.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Menendez never came to any parent-teacher conference about his son Erik. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you have conferences about Erik with Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And approximately how many contacts did you have with Mrs. Menendez specifically about Erik?
At least 2.
Okay. And did you have other contacts with her in connection with the 2 years that you taught the older son, Lyle
Yes.
Menendez. And did you have a chance to observe Mrs. Menendez both in the company of her husband and alone?
Yes.
And was there a difference in her behavior when she met with you by herself and when she met with you with her husband?
A noticeable difference.
And what was that difference? Could you describe it for us?
When the two of them met together, she was rather passive. She let him run the show. She took copious notes, but almost never spoke. When she was alone, she was very defensive, didn't want to hear anything negative about either of the boys, was not very pleasant to deal with. And in fact, although we all told her, myself, over and over and over again, that this child needed some extra help, she denied it and would not provide it for him, despite the fact that she had all the resources at her fingertips. And this, to me, is a case of pure neglect.
Ooh.
Strike, and this is a case, it's being speculation of provision of programs.
That portion of the answer is stricken, the rest will remain.
Ignore that. Ignore the fact that the teacher said that she neglected her
When you had occasion
kids.
to meet with Mrs. Menendez by herself,
Don't
was
think about
she
purple elephants.
assertive?
Yes.
She's got some
And
strong
did,
feelings about
grades
Kitty,
seem to be
clearly.
important to her?
Grades, yes, seemed to be the only thing that was important to her. She didn't seem to have any concern about the children. It was the grade.
Okay, what about the learning process and whether or not the children were learning anything?
That never entered into it.
So it was the bottom line and the mark that they were to receive that was
Yes.
important to her. Was there anything unusual about Mrs. Menendez's physical appearance?
She always came to conferences in, I think you call them jogging suits or warm-up suits. She was not as well groomed as most of the mothers that I saw. Her hair was usually pretty messy and needed a bleach job. And she had a noticeable smell that I was never able to identify.
Did it appear to you that it was a smell that might be the result of alcohol consumption?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you've got to lay
you
some
said that she
foundation,
had a
right.
noticeable smell.
Alcohol was my guess.
Objection calls for speculation, or is speculation.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken as non-responsive.
Did you ever ask Mrs. Menendez about drinking or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't feel that it was my place.
As a teacher at a private school like Princeton Day School, do the parents of your students, in some sense, affect or can they affect your job?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Do you think that if you are not, if you displease parents, it might jeopardize your job?
Yes.
Move to strike as irrelevant.
Overall, the answer will stay.
And is that notion that displeasing a parent might result in your job prevent you, or did that prevent you from making certain inquiries or confronting Mrs. Menendez about a number of things?
Overall.
Me or any teacher at the school?
You.
Me? No.
Okay. Now, was there a difference in that you were able to see in the way the parents related to Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that difference?
Well, it was very clear to me that Lyle was the favorite son. The expectation level was higher. They expected more of him. They expected a great deal of Erik also, but the time that I knew them, Lyle was the golden boy and could do no wrong.
Was there a difference in the expectations the parents appeared to have for Lyle as opposed to Erik?
Somewhat. They expected both of the boys to make honor grades, but there seemed to be higher expectations for Lyle, but perhaps that's because I knew him longer.
Okay. Let me ask you about Erik and his homework. Was there a difference between the quality of the work Erik did as homework and his work in class?
Yes.
And what was the difference?
A huge discrepancy. The work that was turned in from home was always much better than the work done in class.
Did that discrepancy cause you to suspect anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you suspect?
That he might be getting help.
Did you understand that Mr. Menendez was Cuban and spoke Spanish?
Yes.
And did you suspect that Mr. Menendez was the source of the help?
No.
What about Mrs. Menendez? Did you understand that she also spoke Spanish?
I didn't know that.
Did you ever attempt to raise this issue of the discrepancy between the quality of the work in the classroom and the homework with either of the Menendez parents?
I don't believe so.
Is there a particular reason why you didn't?
Didn't want to upset the apple cart.
When you say you didn't want to upset the
Didn't
apple
want to have Jose become angry for no particular reason.
was Mr. Menendez's anger something that you tried to avoid?
Yes.
And why was that?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Had you had experiences in the past or heard of experiences in the past which caused you to want to avoid angering Mr. Menendez?
Oh, yes.
And were those experiences you had or experiences that other teachers had told you about?
Both.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Both.
Okay. And do you have any particular instance of your own experience with Mr. Menendez being angry in mind?
Objection 352.
Objection sustained.
Let me ask you, Mrs. Sharp, about Erik's attitude towards learning. Was he a relaxed student?
No.
How would you describe him?
He worked very hard. He tried very hard. He always did his best.
Would you describe him as motivated?
Yes, perhaps for the wrong reasons, but highly motivated.
Objection move to strike for the wrong reasons. This is speculation.
Speculation, of course.
All right, the objection is sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken. The rest will remain.
We don't have any good.
Based on your having taught
Any
Erik
reason to
Menendez
know
for a
what you
year
would
in
base that
ninth
on?
grade, do you have any, did you see or hear anything that caused you to come to any conclusions as to what was motivating him to be a good student, to learn in class?
Objection calls for proper.
Sustained.
Did Erik appear to you to be a fearful student?
Yes.
And did you talk with him about his fears and what he was afraid of?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did Erik do or say in class that causes you to describe him as a fearful student?
A few days before every test, it was inevitable that his hand would go up and say, "Should I write this down?" And I would say, "It's up to you." And then the hand would immediately go up again, and he would say, "Is it going to be on the test?"
And this was behavior that preceded
A test.
a test. What about his behavior after a test? Was there anything unusual about that?
When he did well, he was ecstatic. When he didn't do well, he usually cried.
Was there anything unusual that would happen between the time he
That's so
took
sad.
a test and the time he actually received his grade?
Well, he would follow me around like a puppy dog saying, "What did I get? What did I get? Have you corrected the tests?" That wasn't completely unusual, but
Okay, so did Erik Menendez appear to have any internal understanding of when he did well and when he did badly?
no.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah.
Objection sustained. That answer is
Yeah.
fine.
That's, I mean, because she's asking her about what was inside Eric's mind.
When you said that Eric's behavior wasn't that unusual, what did you mean?
A number of the children were very anxious to receive their grades, but he ranked right up there with the top 2 or 3.
Okay. Now you mentioned crying.
Yes.
Did Erik cry in class?
When he received a poor grade.
And when he cried in class, was this in front of the other 9th graders?
Yes.
And was this crying that you said happened when he received a bad grade, did that happen every time he received a bad grade?
To the best of my knowledge.
Mrs. Sharp, was crying in class unusual behavior for a 9th grader?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, for a 9th grade boy especially.
Did the other children in the class react to Eric's crying?
Yes, they were very supportive because they were accustomed to this. He cried in his other classes also.
Objection to speculation. Hearsay.
Right. Everything after the word supportive is stricken as hearsay and conclusion.
Now, when you knew Erik, he was about 15 to 16 years old, is that
Yes.
right?
So sad.
And would you describe him as a mature 15 or 16-year-old child?
No.
How would you describe him?
Rather fun-loving, unsophisticated, almost naive. Wanted to be part of the gang a lot.
What about Erik as a student? Is there any particular aspect of that role that stands out in your mind?
Yes.
And what's that?
We gave relatively few grades of 4 in the upper school. Is the jury aware of the grading system?
No, we'll ask about that. What's the grading system like at PDS? Could you tell us briefly about it?
We run a grading system of 1 through 6, which more or less was equivalent to A, B, C, D, E, F. It wasn't exactly, but it was close. And essentially, 5 and 6 didn't count. It was 1 through 4. So if you gave a 4 to a student, you were sending him a strong message that this was pretty weak. And in Erik's freshman year, all of his final grades were 4 except for math.
Did there come a time, Mrs. Sharp, in his freshman year when Erik's performance in class changed?
Yes.
How did it change?
About halfway through his freshman year, it seemed as though he absolutely gave up. He had worked and worked and worked and was not given the support that he needed, that his parents could have given to him.
Would you move to strike as a conclusion on the front of the witness?
All right. Objection sustained. The entire
Yeah.
answer is stricken. You may re-ask it, please.
I have a group of 2 pages that have been given to the district attorney's office. I'd like them marked to see for the 198. May I approach, Your Honor?
198. Yes. What are these records, just
These
general?
are the Princeton Day School comments that appear to be signed by Mrs. Sharp.
All right.
Mrs. Sharp, in 9th grade when you taught Erik, did you fill out comments to send home to his parents?
Yes.
And does Exhibit 198 appear to be a copy of your handwritten comments about Erik?
Yes.
And The first comment is in when? It's in about November of 1985. Is that the first in chronological order?
1185.
1185. In that first comment, do you mention Erik's difficulty in processing or hearing and processing things?
Yes, I have quote, Erik has been experiencing some difficulty in oral drills. He often doesn't respond to the questions being asked and has some problem distinguishing among sounds, end quote.
And was that what you were referred to? What you referred to is, would you characterize that as an attempt on your part to notify Erik's parents that there was a problem?
Yes.
Was there ever any response to you to that particular attempt to call the parents' attention to a learning difference?
No.
And in fact, do your other comments also attempt to bring to the parents' attention Erik's difficulties with auditory processing of information?
I've alluded to just about every other learning difference I've picked up on sentence structure, on spelling, tennis pressure, syntax, verb forms. The auditory came up in the first comment.
Okay. When you say tennis pressure, is that something that you had noticed was causing Erik some problems?
Yes.
And how was tennis pressure causing Erik problems?
He spent so much time practicing, it was very difficult for him to complete his assignments as well as he might have.
And did you have occasion to discuss the effect that tennis was having on his grades with his parents at one of the conferences?
I don't believe I had the nerve to bring that up.
In any event, did it appear to you that Erik continued to play tennis a great deal during the ninth grade?
Yes, I had pushed so hard with the learning differences and the getting the extra help that I felt that it was a lost cause to even mention tennis.
Objection sustained. The answer is true.
Huh.
Thank you, Jan. I have nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination.
Nomination on behalf of Lyle Menendez.
Thank you, Mrs. Sharp. You said you taught Lyle Menendez for 2.5 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you also write some comments out during the 2.5-year period of time that you were teaching him?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of informing his parents how he was doing in your class, Spanish class?
Yes.
I've had an exhibit marked next to me here as 199, 4 pages of handwritten comments, plus Sharp's handwriting.
All right.
And showing you 198. Are those the
199.
199? Excuse me. Are those the comments you wrote out regarding Lyle Menendez during the years that you taught him?
Yes.
And do those comments indicate that you began teaching him in October of 1980 when he was in the 7th grade?
Yes.
And do they indicate that you had Lyle Menendez in your class for that entire year?
Yes.
And do they also indicate that you again taught him when he was in the 10th grade, beginning in October of 1983?
Yes.
And continuing on into June of 1984?
Yes.
All right. And in addition to those comments, have you also reviewed Lyle Menendez's entire record from the Princeton Day School before coming to court to testify today?
Yes.
And did you do that for the purpose of answering a question as to how Lyle did overall as a student?
Yes.
And how did he do overall as a student in the years that he was at Princeton Day School?
Sustained.
Do you know how Lyle Menendez did as a student at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I do.
You're asking as far as a student in her class?
Yes, as far as her knowledge of how Lyle Menendez
In
did.
her class.
Well, and overall. And the reference to the records is...
All right, the objection then is sustained if that is the question.
Yeah,
as
outside
you
the
as a
scope of which
teacher,
you probably would have known.
do you often evaluate students
Yes.
And in evaluating a student in terms of how well or how poorly that student is doing, do you as a teacher just concentrate on what that student does in front of you, or do you also consult school records to see how
Oh,
that
absolutely.
person's-
Consult school records and other teachers.
What is the purpose of even
There you
keeping
go.
school records?
I think it's interesting to see the growth, the ways in which you can help the child if he's had certain problems coming before him. It helps the teachers tremendously.
And do you, I think you said you had 24 years experience as a teacher.
Yes.
Do you as a teacher feel qualified based on your contact with Lyle Menendez and your reading of the records and also your discussions with other teachers, feel qualified to say how he did at the school that you taught at?
Absolutely.
And how did he do?
Objection, 801 of the evidence code, improper opinion.
Objection sustained.
Could I make an offer of proof at sidebar?
Sure.
Thank you.
Interesting.
All right, the objection will be overruled, but why don't you rephrase the question?
Mr. Sharp, let me ask you again, based on your reading of Lyle Menendez's school records and also your contact with him, could you classify him in terms of whether he was a superior student, average, below average?
Yes.
What was
He was an average student at Princeton Day School.
And was an average, and do you know how long he attended the school? Was it through 6th through 12th?
6 through 12.
And was someone who got through Princeton Day School with an average rating, someone who qualified to go to Princeton University?
There's some cause for speculation on the part of this witness.
Sustained.
Do you know, based on teaching at the Princeton Day School, what qualified someone to enter a particular college?
Yes.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to what qualified one of your students to enter a university such as Princeton University?
Well, my husband's a graduate. My stepdaughter attended.
And did average grades at Princeton Day School qualify one to be admitted to Princeton University?
No.
Do you know how Lyle Menendez got into that university with average grades?
Cause for speculation on the part of the witness.
Based on your personal knowledge?
Objection sustained.
No.
Now, in the 2.5 years that you taught Lyle Menendez, you said the school was extremely competitive. Is that
Yes.
correct? Was he extremely competitive for grades?
Yes.
And was he more or less so than his brother?
More.
Did you observe any unusual behavior with respect to his competition for grades in your class?
I distinctly remember one marking period, Lyle coming up to me and saying, "My father will absolutely kill me if I don't make the headmaster's list. Will you change my grade?"
And did you change the grade?
No, I didn't.
And did he receive average or below average grades when you taught him?
Average.
Were those average grades a source of controversy between you and Mr. Menendez?
At first, yes.
And was it in reference to his receiving average grades that Mr. Menendez made this remark about having a Cuban gene?
Yes.
How did, what was his demeanor when he expressed that idea to you?
He was very angry.
And did you attempt to explain to him that that didn't necessarily follow, that because you were Cuban that you could come out of the womb speaking Spanish?
I tried.
And what was his response to your explanation?
Well, I was obviously a terrible teacher.
All right. Now, in the records that are in front of you, exhibit number 199, could you take a look at the entry for October of 1983? I think it's the third page of the packet. Do you describe Lyle as having far superior written skills than he did oral skills in your class?
Yes.
And did you ever find out why that was?
Because it was being written by
I'm
somebody
afraid
else.
that would be guessing.
All right. And in the entry for November of 1983, which is the one right below the October entry, do you indicate that there seems to be a time delay between questions that you asked Lyle and his ability to register the sounds?
Yes, that's what I've written.
And did you, at that point, that is November of 83, recommend that Lyle have an auditory discrimination examination?
That's correct.
Do you know if he ever did that or the parents ever did that?
I believe he did not.
What was Lyle's reaction when he received average or below average grades in your class?
He would want to know how he could improve his grade. He did not cry, but his eyes did fill up. There was a noticeable difference in his face when he received a poor grade, as if he were fighting something.
And you said Erik Menendez expressed fear or was fearful? Was Lyle Menendez fearful also, or
Yes.
was he different?
No, he was fearful.
How was he fearful?
He knew that he had to make certain grades to please his parents.
And you described in your
I'm
direct
surprised they didn't
examination
try to
that
object
Lyle was
as to
the favorite
speculation.
son. Did you mean by that he was treated more favorably than Erik, or were you using that in some other way?
To the best of my knowledge, he was treated with kid gloves, and Erik fell in second place.
Treated with kid gloves, how do you mean?
Poor choice of words. Anything Lyle did was to be perfect. And Lyle pretty much did what he was supposed to do.
Did Lyle respond to your commands in class?
Absolutely.
Was that unusual in the way that he responded?
A bit. He never questioned, he never challenged. He did everything I said whenever I said it. In fact, he was not even at that particular point in his life a creative child, an independent thinker. He would do anything that I asked him to do because he was very courteous, but because he wanted to get a good grade.
And what was his behavior like in class?
He was wonderful.
Was he quiet, talkative? One of the boys, how would you characterize?
He was a model student. He had a very good sense of humor, but he participated. He didn't like to get an answer wrong.
Was he always happy in class?
No.
Did he ever express sadness in your class?
Yes.
How would he do that?
If he didn't understand, or which he rarely admitted because he didn't want to do that. But if he received a poor grade, he was not happy. He was also not happy when I had to chastise him a number of times for coming in late every single morning. We had an 8:20 class, and he was never on time. He would come in at about 8:35 in his tennis outfit with his racket and his tennis bag. In fact, I don't think I ever saw Lyle Menendez at PDS in anything but tennis shorts.
And
ever.
Did you, in June of 1984, in your comments, indicate that Lyle was having difficulty due to absences and athletic responsibilities?
That's exactly what I've written, yes.
Was that referring to his tennis practices?
Yes.
Was that interfering with his schoolwork, in your opinion? At
Yes.
that time? More so than other students?
Oh, yes.
All right, the objection is sustained. That answer is stricken.
You characterize
They've gotta
Mr.
stop
Menendez
asking
as
about
being rude and
comparisons to other
manipulative,
students.
and I think you said that that opinion was formed based on your meeting him approximately 6 times.
Yes.
Was that in reference to Lyle Menendez's parent-teacher conferences with you?
Yes, and back to school night.
And it would have been during that period of 1980 to 1983?
1984.
And was there anything about Mr. Menendez's demeanor, the way he looked at you or the way he acted, that made you say that he was rude or manipulative?
Objection sustained.
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Mr. Menendez's eyes?
Yes.
When you had contact with him?
Yes.
That's my last question.
All right, overruled.
Yes.
Could you tell me what that was?
He had very, very expressive eyes, and they were frightening. I wish I could do it, but he would look down at you so that you would have to look up at him, and it was frightening.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Oh boy.
Mrs. Sharp, I take it that you are fond of both of these defendants. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you would like to help them, is that correct?
I would like to be fair.
But you realize they're in a bit of a bind right now. Is that would that
That is
Overruled.
they're in
what?
a bit of a bind right now?
I believe so.
Were Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez different people from your way of thinking?
I'm sorry, but you do know that they're in a little bit of a bind right now. I'm sorry. Yes, we all know they are criminal defendants for charged with murdering their parents. That kind of, I don't understand how that is not argumentative. If the other comments that are sideways comments are allowed, that one should have been objected to, in my opinion.
I don't understand the question.
Did they have the same personality characteristics or did they have different personality characteristics?
They were two unique people.
I believe you indicated that you met with Mrs. Menendez alone when discussing her son, Erik.
That's correct.
And I believe you indicated that when she was not with Mr. Menendez, she behaved differently than when she was with him.
Correct.
Okay. Could you be more specific about the change in her behavior from when she was with her husband and when she was not?
She was more active rather than passive. She did the talking, obviously, since she was alone. She was very, very defensive about the boys.
Did she appear to care about her sons?
No,
But she did come to these conferences.
not unusual.
Pardon me?
That was not unusual. Yes, she did.
Okay, so she did show up at the conferences.
Yes.
Did she ever miss any of the conferences to your recollection?
No.
Okay. And did she ask you questions about how her children were doing?
No.
Did she stay for any period of time longer than a couple of minutes, or did she actually stay for a period of time when she talked to you about her children?
The parents were assigned a certain block of time. She stayed her time and would leave when the next parent knocked on the door.
And how long were those blocks of time?
I believe they were 15 minutes.
I believe you indicated that the Princeton Day School is a highly competitive college preparatory school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During the period of time that we're talking about, like from 1980 through 85, do you know what the tuition was?
Objection, not irrelevant.
Overruled.
In the vicinity of $10,000.
Was that for each student?
Yes.
Was there any break if you had two students going at the same time?
I don't know.
What percentage of the graduating seniors at Princeton Day School went on to college?
Very high.
Would it be in excess of 90%?
Yes.
And do you know what percentage of the graduating seniors went on to Ivy League schools?
No.
Was it a high percentage?
Are you talking, could you give me the year that you'd like?
Well, let's say 1986, which was the year that Lyle Menendez graduated.
Could we say Ivy League or
Ivy League.
that prestigious schools? Yes.
Do you know approximately what percentage of the graduating
No.
seniors? Right. Did Mrs. Menendez ever come to see you about either of her children at times that were not the annual parent-teacher conference?
Yes.
And as to Lyle Menendez, how many of those appointments did you have with her?
I don't remember.
Was it in excess of one or two?
Yes.
And as to Erik Menendez, did she make appointments above and beyond the annual visit?
I believe there was one, possibly two.
And I believe you indicated that it was only Mrs. Menendez who came to Erik's conferences, Erik Menendez's conferences.
That's correct. Would you like to know why?
No, I would not. I didn't ask that. Okay, now you want to help these defendants, don't you?
I mean, that's fair.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
The witness is supposed to answer
You
the
weren't afraid of
questions that are
Mrs.
being asked,
Menendez,
that's
were you?
all.
No.
Did she intimidate you?
Yes.
Okay, I believe you indicated when you talked to the defense attorneys that although she might have tried to intimidate you, that it didn't work with you. In other words, she didn't really intimidate you.
That's correct.
And I believe you also indicated that you thought she was actually kind of dumb.
She gave me that impression.
So that was your opinion of her, is that correct?
That's my opinion.
So she was not, although she might have tried to intimidate you, she was not intimidating to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe you indicated that you believe that Erik Menendez had learning difficulties, which you thought should have been treated in a special way. Is that correct?
Well, the term is learning differences.
All right. I believe at the time they were difficulties. Now
No, they were disabilities.
All right. Whatever they are called. Were you aware of the fact that Erik Menendez did go to the Lewis School?
Yes.
Okay. Is the Lewis School a school for children with learning difficulties or differences?
It can be.
And the Lewis School is not in any way affiliated with the Princeton Day School, is it?
No, it is not.
How many hours would you say you've spent in the presence of Mrs. Menendez total?
I really couldn't guess.
Would it be in excess of 2 or 3 hours?
Oh, yes.
And how about Mr. Menendez? How many hours would you say you've spent in his presence?
I don't know.
Well, the 6 times you saw him, those were all in relationship to his son Lyle. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe he came to back to school night for Erik.
All right. I think you said in your direct testimony he did not ever attend any of the parent-teacher conferences.
That's what I did say.
Okay. Are you correcting that testimony?
No, I'm not.
All right, back to school night is something different from French.
That's correct.
And at that time, did you have any kind of interaction with Mr. Menendez at the back to school night?
Yes, I did.
Was that also unpleasant?
Yes.
Now, did you take any special pains with Erik Menendez in order to help him with the difficulties that you saw him having with Spanish?
I encouraged him to come to me for extra help.
And did he come to you for extra help?
To the best of my knowledge, he did not.
I believe you indicated that when he did not do well on a test that he would cry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did he ever do well on a test?
Yes.
And when he did well on a test, would he get a perfect score, or would it just, could you tell me how he did well? Do you understand my question?
He would make an 80 or a 90.
All right, so there were occasions on which he did perform well on those tests, is that
Yes,
correct?
in fact, he started out the year doing moderately well and slipped.
And when you're talking about the tests, are these tests that were taken in class?
Yes, they are.
Were they quizzes as well as tests?
Yes.
And so that was more at the beginning of the year that he did well on these quizzes and tests?
Yes, because it was a repeat of a course he had already taken.
Did he appear to have any ability in Spanish, Erik Menendez?
Native ability as a foreign
No, just
language
ability.
speaker?
No, just an ability to learn and speak Spanish.
It wasn't apparent.
Okay. There are some people who have difficulty learning foreign languages. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
I believe you indicated at the time that Erik would cry. He was approximately 15 or 16 years old. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that you would describe Erik Menendez as a student in your class as fun-loving, naive, and he wanted to be part of the group.
That was part of my description.
Okay. And how was he fun-loving? Could you describe how he behaved that caused you to reach that conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, please do.
Class met after lunch every day, and there were 3 or 4 of them that used to enjoy their recess after lunch, and they were inevitably late to class. And I took it to locking the door, and they couldn't get in, and they used to slide notes under the door to ask if I would please let them in so I wouldn't have to turn them in for being late. This got to be a joke to a certain point, and then it became rather serious.
And Erik Menendez was part of the group that did this?
Part of the time.
And I believe you indicated he wanted to be part of the group.
Yes.
Was he often included in parts of groups?
Yes.
Did he appear to have friends that you could see?
Yes, although it seemed as though he was sort of on the fringe. The children liked him, but he seemed to be so occupied with his other interests, other required interests, that he didn't have as much time to be with the other children.
At the time that you taught Erik Menendez, I believe you indicated that school started at 8:20 a.m. What time did school get out?
Oh dear. Last period was, I think, 3:10.
It started at 3:10 or got out at 3:10?
I think it finished at 3:10. I could be 5 minutes off.
All right, so it was for approximately 7 hours a day, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that period of time, did Erik Menendez appear to have friends that he interacted with who were his own age group?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that you had an opinion as to whether or not Lyle Menendez was a good, an average, or a poor student at Princeton Day School, and you indicated that your opinion was that he was an average student, correct?
Correct.
And Princeton Day School is a very competitive school, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, I believe you indicated that you have some familiarity with Princeton University, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Princeton University has extensive sports programs?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Princeton University has a football team?
Yes.
And they have a hockey team?
Yes.
And they have a tennis team?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, are all the young people who play on those teams at the top of their classes in high school when they get into Princeton University?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
But you are aware of the fact that Princeton has a very active and hopefully competitive sports program with other Ivy League schools. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe you.
But like that doesn't hold up because we already heard from one of the tennis coaches, I think last week, that was last week. Jose had the confrontation with that one tennis coach. I think it was Robert Klaus, I think was his name. You know how he was like, as soon as he starts school at Princeton, no more tennis. Tennis is done. That's it. So like none of this makes any sense. What she's asking right now. I mean, I understand you're going to make the arguments that you're going to make. You're going to make the points that you're going to make, that are as advantageous to your case. You want to make the arguments to advocate for your side, but it just, I mean, we've already heard from a witness saying that Jose was like, no, tennis is done. Tennis is over. He got into Princeton. That's it.
You indicated that Lyle Menendez
He wasn't playing at
tried to
Princeton.
be the perfect student or something. You used the word perfect. Could you?
The expectations for him were that he be a perfect student.
And from where did you get that notion?
His parents.
Was that ever said in his presence?
In Lyle's presence?
Yes.
I don't know.
But you had the impression from your contact with his parents that he should be
Straight A's.
and a perfect student?
Yes.
And you have specific recollection that word was used?
Yes.
Thank
He was
you.
the perfect child.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Mrs. Sharp, Mrs. Bazanish asked you about the Lewis School. Is that a school that's in Princeton?
Yes.
Okay, and you became aware that at some point Erik had some contact with that school.
Yes.
Do you know when it was that he had contact with the school?
No, I don't.
And do you know how long his contact with the school was?
No, I don't.
Okay, and do you know if, in fact, he even attended a full course at the school?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know whether or not, for example, he, let me withdraw that. Is there a reason why Mr. Menendez didn't come to the parent-teacher conferences?
Yes.
Pause for speculation and hearsay.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken, but you may rephrase the question.
Okay. Mrs. Bazanich asked you whether or not Mr. Menendez came to the parent-teacher conferences, and you told us that he did not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ever tell you anything about why Mr. Menendez didn't come?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Mrs. Menendez.
And was this during the course of a parent-teacher conference?
Yes, it was.
And what did she tell you about why Mr. Menendez didn't come?
Same objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Did it appear to you that Mr. Menendez didn't come to the parent-teacher conferences? Let me withdraw that. Did Mr. Menendez send his wife to the parent-teacher conferences in his place?
No, she didn't tell him.
Excuse me. Pause for speculation.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. At a parent-teacher conference, did Mrs. Menendez ever indicate to you any fear on her part of allowing or letting her husband participate in the conference?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Objection sustained.
All right. Mrs. Bazanich asked you about a interaction that you had with Mr. Menendez at a back-to-school night. Do you recall that?
Yes. I can't give you the exact quote, but he said something to me like, I hope we don't go through the same thing with Erik that we went through with Lyle, because I expect this boy to speak Spanish.
And this was a comment that Mr. Menendez made at the beginning of the term?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that in response to Mrs. Bazanich's questions that you encouraged Erik to come for extra help. Is that correct? Would a student normally come to you for extra help after school?
More often during school.
Okay. And were there set times that were available?
The students could make appointments with us when we had joint free periods.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Erik fairly busy with activities which concerned tennis?
Yes.
you know whether or not he had extra time during the day?
It's highly unlikely.
So that he in your opinion, it would be unlikely that he would have the time to seek extra help.
Objection improper. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you said that it's highly unlikely that Erik would have extra time during the day, why do you say that?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
You have to remember that he was struggling with 4 of his 5 majors. He was making the 4 out of 4 of his 5 majors, so he had a lot of work to make up in a lot of courses. So he was seeing his English teacher and his science teacher and his history teacher and his Bible teacher, and he couldn't see all of us.
Okay. Mrs. Bazanish asked you whether or not some people have difficulties learning foreign language, and I believe you told us that yes, some people do. In your opinion, based on your 24 years of teaching foreign languages, was Erik's difficulty simply someone that had a hard time learning another language?
No.
Okay. Did he have a learning disability or difference that was preventing him from being able to learn Spanish?
I firmly believe that.
And is that the auditory processing disorder that you told us about?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Bazanish asked you about your feelings about Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez, and you've told us that you like the boys.
Yes.
And you've also said that you want to be fair.
Yes.
Okay. Are you testifying here today truthfully?
Yes.
Would you come in and tell us things that weren't true because you wanted to help the boys?
Answer to that.
No.
But I guess yes, that's fair.
All right, thank you.
You can ask it. It's just kind of it
On
just
behalf
feels so
of
silly.
Lyle Menendez, any redirect?
Mrs. Sharp, did I understand you to say that Jose Menendez, Mr. Menendez, used the term perfect child, that he made some statement along the lines of he wanted his child to be perfect?
Yes.
And when did he say that?
One of the parent conferences.
And could you tell me exactly, as best as you can remember, what he said in that regard?
Well, he told me that his son was perfect. He was going to be the best tennis player in the United States, and he was going to be the best student at the school, and he expected perfect grades because he had a perfect son.
And did he define perfect in terms of getting good grades or in some other sense?
When he was speaking to me, he was referring to grades and that I better be the perfect teacher so that his son could get the perfect grade.
And did he express that sentiment to you on more than one occasion or just the one incident you're
Just
talking
that one
about?
time.
And did Mrs. Menendez express similar sentiments?
Implicitly.
Was she present when the statement was made?
I believe so.
Did she express any disagreement with her husband's
She wouldn't dare.
statements? And you were asked for your evaluation on whether Mrs. Menendez cared for her sons, and you said, in your estimation, she did not. Could you tell us why?
I can base that statement only what I saw at school. But generally when parents came in to discuss their children at the conferences, their concern was why they were getting the grades they were getting and what they could do to help. When we gave the suggestions to most of the parents at PDS, because they had the resources, they took advantage of it and they helped their children. And in the case of these boys, they never got the help they needed.
Objection, move to strike. They never got the help they needed. This being speculation on the part of the witness.
That part of the answer is seems to be a conclusion, an opinion, and objection sustained.
Let me rephrase it. When you said that, in your estimation, she did not care for her sons, was that estimation based on an evaluation by you as to how you thought she related to her sons?
From a teaching point of view,
And from a teaching point of view, how did it seem to you that she did not care for her sons?
that she would not get them the help that they needed, or particularly Erik.
Move to strike. Your Honor, being speculation on the part of the witness.
Well,
Objection overruled.
thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. Let me see counsel at the sidebar regarding our schedule here.
All right.
That conference, ladies and gentlemen, had to do with a scheduling to determine when to have the jury's return on Wednesday. There is still one witness this afternoon
Okay, we're
who will
gonna
be
skip ahead
testifying before the.
We're going to skip ahead here, and I'm going to answer a couple more questions. Let's see. This is okay. That should be correct. Okay. What do I have saved here? We've got a question from Debbie Faison Cook. Question: when an answer is stricken, does the jury talk about it in the jury room? I don't know. They technically are not supposed to consider it. It's not supposed to be, a part of their evaluation. It is theoretically supposed to just fall out of their heads as if they've just been, nebulized like in Men in Black, right? Does that actually happen? It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all, because especially when there's so much information coming at people, sometimes even when you are really trying to follow the judge's instructions, it can be hard to purposefully ignore something. It can still leave an impression on you that you're not even necessarily aware of. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were some times where the jury talks about something in the jury room that has actually been stricken. Christian Williams says, Legalbytes, can lawyers be on a jury? Yes, we can. It doesn't happen often, though, because during the jury selection process, there are all kinds of ways that the attorneys on both sides try to weed through people. When I had graduated law school and taken the bar exam and was waiting on bar results, I was called for jury duty, and I so desperately wanted to be on that jury. I just wanted to, because I wanted the experience of seeing the courtroom from that perspective. And yeah, as soon as I told them that I was a law school graduate, I was about to be a practicing attorney, they were like, nope, you're out. And the reason for that is because they want people to be coming in fresh to the trial. So they don't want people bringing in any kind of expertise or know-how or wisdom from any of their professions. So that's why in a medical malpractice case, you are not going to have doctors or nurses on that jury. You're not going to have anyone from a medical profession that knows something about it, because number one, they can bring in their own sort of expertise to inform them that can kind of see through sometimes different things that the attorneys are trying to put in front of the jury. But on a not to say that the attorneys are trying to manipulate the jury or be shady with the jury. It's just because you want to be able to control the information that they are actually using to evaluate the case. And you can't do that if they have all of this extra information that they know outside of this courtroom that is relative to the subject. On a second reason is because you also know that person that has extra expertise or knowledge or know-how related to the subject is also likely going to become a natural leader in the jury room, because there's always someone that kind of starts to direct the conversation and to sort of move things in a particular direction. And it's just natural that an attorney, I can see, as much as I really desperately would love to be on a jury, I can see how the moment that I tell them, well, I live stream jury trials as part of my business that I do, on YouTube, and I comment on it, and I give my thoughts on it, and I educate, people on the jury system. There's no way that any lawyer is going to want me on that jury, regardless of if they think I'm favorable or unfavorable to their case, just because I am very likely to just naturally want to walk the other jurors through the process and to explain things to them. And, it's just, it's another variable that they can't control. So that's why you usually won't see a lawyer on a jury, but it does happen. I've even heard of judges somehow making it onto another court's jury. as wild as it is. And your everyday sheep and jury selection is voir dire, right? Yes, that is correct. That is one place that you see the term voir dire. You also can see voir dire happen on a witness during trial. It's slightly different, but yes, it's voir dire. It's you're asking someone questions. So during jury selection, you're asking the juror questions about themselves and getting information from them to see if they are a proper juror to have on the panel. But great question, Christian. Thank you for asking that. Love Dreaming Peach says, will they ever get another trial? That is the $1 million question here. We simply don't know. They are trying all the time to get a new trial, or to get or to have the verdict just simply vacated, and we don't know what's going to happen. But all right, cool. Thank you so much for all your questions. I love getting those. Okay. Final witness.
Menendez jury.
Charlene Elmore.
And I don't know why the camera, by the way, decides to take like this artistic style of like filming outside the courtroom for the beginning portion of this witness's testimony. But I remember when I was looking through ahead to get the timestamps on these different witnesses, I saw that eventually we will see what she looks like. But yeah, why they went all like community college art style, I don't like community college film class art style. No offense to anyone that did community college film classes. I have friends that have, and they are wonderful people and very intelligent and great. But yeah, all right. They don't need to get so artistic over here, Court TV, but they did. Okay.
And the spelling is Elmore.
Are you a nurse?
Yes, I am.
And do you work at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you worked there?
14 years.
Were you the school nurse when Lyle Menendez was attending?
Yes, I was.
And did you also have children
Who attended that school?
Yes, I did.
How many?
3.
And were any of them attending school at the same time that Lyle Menendez was?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think all 3 were in school at the time. My youngest daughter was in Lyle's class.
So did you get to know Lyle both through your daughters being classmates and through your contact as the school nurse?
Yes.
What can you tell me what the nature of your contact was with Lyle as the school nurse?
As a school nurse, Lyle frequently came to see me with headaches and stomach aches. Occasionally, he'd have a sprain to either an ankle or a wrist, in which we would ice.
Now, with regard to the stomach aches and headaches, you would just give him aspirin or Pepto-Bismol or something like that?
Right.
Okay. And does it stand out in your mind that he had these particular problems?
He did have quite a number of headaches and stomach aches during the time. I remember especially during his sophomore year. Actually, the junior and senior year also.
And would he come to your office to wait for his mother to pick him up?
Yes, he did.
Did he have some sort of adjusted schedule to accommodate his tennis?
Yes. His mother frequently called and asked that I give him a PE excuse. This was in the earlier, like maybe freshman year. I think by the time he was in the upper level, he might have been excused from PE. But at one point, she was calling and asking that I excuse him so that he would not have to attend the PE class, because she wanted him to be able to practice the tennis in the afternoon or morning or whenever. She seemed to be afraid that there might be an injury that would prevent him from playing tennis, but she would protect him from the PE class.
Okay. Now, the PE class, were these just the regular classes that all the kids in school participated in?
Yes.
For anyone
And
who's
were
not
they
American,
required?
PE is
Yes.
physical education.
What types of sports did the kids play?
Well, they had ice hockey, soccer, lacrosse. There was just a regular gym class. I'm not sure there's something they do with balls inside the gym that's not necessarily basketball. I mean, basketball would have been one of them, but there were a number of sports that they participated in. As it's a full physical education class.
Okay. And so he was not permitted to participate in those classes with the other kids. Is that correct?
His mother would call and say, "Can you excuse him because he has a tennis match or he has tennis practice?" And I can remember several times in which she would call and ask, "Could I excuse him from the physical education class so that he could do the tennis afterwards?"
Okay. Now, you said that she expressed some concerns about him getting injured in the regular PE class.
Right.
And that would interfere with his tennis.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Were you aware of times when he would be injured and yet she would take him to play tennis?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were there times when Lyle was in your office and would be using ice on his elbow or ice on his knee or have some injured part of his body?
Yes.
Was that a fairly common experience?
Yes.
And on those times when he was icing an elbow or icing a knee or whatever, would Mrs. Menendez pick him up and take him to tennis anyway?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation as to where she was going.
Objection sustained. The answer is strict.
Just get some
Would Lyle
foundation.
be excused from school specifically to go play tennis?
Yes.
And would his mother have to pick him up in order to get him out of school
There
early?
you go. Break
Yes.
it down into
And
segments.
were there times when he was there icing an injury and she would pick him up under those conditions?
Yes.
Would Lyle have to wait in your office for a while for his mother to pick him up?
Yes.
How long would he wait?
Sometimes, well, it would vary. It could be 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe even 45 minutes.
Now, did you have other kids who waited in your office and spent time in your office?
Yes.
And did you have to keep an eye on their behavior because they'd be curious about things around the office?
Right.
And did you have to watch Lyle in that manner?
No.
What would he do?
Lyle would usually sit quietly there's a bench in my office, and he would sit there, waiting for his mother. He never did get up and meddle into the supplies in the office, as some children did.
Was he respectful toward you?
Yes, very.
Was he quiet?
He was very quiet. He'd just sit on the bed and wait for his mother.
Did he seem to have a lot of friends in the school?
No.
Did you have occasion to go pick your daughters up at school parties, functions like that?
Yes, I did.
And was Lyle ever at any of those?
I never really saw Lyle at a party at which I had picked up my daughter.
And did you know Lyle to have a particular person he was close to at school?
Yes.
Who was that?
He had a girlfriend that he was very attached to.
Was that Stacy Feldman?
Yes, it was.
And was there something unusual about their relationship compared to other kids?
It was just a very soft and caring relationship that I could see. They always held hands. In the school, sometimes there are students that you sort of have to break up, that they get too close. But I never witnessed this with Lyle and Stacy. I saw them holding hands across the table. They'd be sitting, with their all four hands clutched together, looking intently into each other's eyes.
Did they appear to be very close?
Yes, they did.
And were they always together?
I almost always saw them together unless Lyle was on his way home.
When Lyle's mother would come to pick him up from school, would you see her?
Yes.
And did
some of the time, not all the time, but most of the time I would see her.
Okay. And when she came into the office to get him, would she come up and give him a hug, or what was her interaction?
No, She did not do that. She would come in and usually, I mean, she would have talked with people in the administration office on her way back to my office. And as she stopped and talked with them, she'd eventually get back and she'd sort of come to the door and she'd say, okay, sort of, we're out of here,
Okay, you made a gesture with your thumb,
Right.
almost like a hitchhiking kind of.
Right. Well, that meant let's go. we're late for wherever.
Okay. Did she seem to be running late and in a hurry when she was around?
Speculation.
Sustained.
How would you describe her behavior when you saw her?
Her behavior, I'm not sure what you mean.
What kind of person was she? What was her personality like? What did you see her do?
Well, she was not a soft and gentle person. She was more I saw her laugh a lot. I also saw her, she was always in a rush.
She appeared to be a strong or a weak person?
Very strong.
She appeared to be a determined or an indecisive person?
Very determined.
Did she appear to be somebody who set out to get her way and got it?
Yes.
Sustained. The answer is strict.
Did you see an incident involving her and Sandy Bing?
Yes, I did.
And who is Sandy Bing?
He, at that time, was our head of the upper school. And she was wanting to get Lyle out of class for a week or more to attend a tennis tournament.
Yeah, at this point, there's no question pending.
Okay, and
Next question, please.
all right. And what did you see happen next?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
The encounter that you saw with Sandy Bing, did you hear her express certain views with regard to what was important for Lyle?
It was important for Lyle to
You can
attend.
answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And what was it that she said?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did she demonstrate her?
She being who?
Did Mrs. Menendez demonstrate what her priorities were with regard to her children based on an encounter you observed with Mr. Bing?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did she indicate that it was important for Lyle?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I think this is the same question.
Yeah, if it relates to the same incident, the objection is sustained unless the defendant was present.
Was Lyle Menendez present at this time when she had this discussion?
Lyle was waiting in my office. He could have overheard. I don't know if he did or not.
Were you in your office also?
I was walking down the hall, like coming into this room, and I overheard the conversation between Mr. Bing and Mrs. Menendez at his secretary's desk, in which, she was saying that
Okay, you've answered the question.
And was this said in a tone of voice that could be heard from
It
some
could have-
distance around?
it could have been heard in my office, yes.
And did she?
Did you guys see that look that she gave to the judge when he's like, all right, you've answered the question, which I understand why she gave that look, because it's like, if I were in her shoes, I'd be like, okay, dude, like, whoa, you're a little impatient and a little bit like brush with me. Like, I just got here, man. But she kind of just like gave this sideways glance at him. Like,
Did she say this loudly?
Yes.
And what was it that she said?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Did she, when she came to pick up Lyle from your office, did she express in Lyle's presence ever?
She again being
Mrs. Menendez. Did she ever express her priorities in terms of the importance of Lyle winning?
He was going to be number one.
And is that something you heard from her more than once?
Yes.
When during the years that you've been at Princeton Day School, particularly the years when your three children were attending, were you aware of what schools people were going to as they graduated?
In my daughter's classes, yes.
Okay. And was
Specifically.
Lyle in one of your daughter's classes?
Yes, in my youngest daughter.
And when Lyle went to Princeton, graduated from PDS and went to Princeton,
Right.
were there a lot of students from PDS who went to Princeton?
I can't recall that, but I know that
Excuse me, the question's been answered.
Objection sustained.
In the year after that, when Lyle actually started Princeton, how many PDS students went to Princeton after that, if you know?
I really don't know.
Okay. Do you remember anything about whether any people went to Princeton for a number of years after that from PDS?
I don't recall the number of students who went there.
Did a lot of students go to Princeton, or was that unusual, if you know?
Well, it's unusual, I would think.
You can strike our answers and speculative, Your Honor.
Sustain the answer stricken.
When Lyle was in your office, and Mrs. Menendez would come in to pick him up,
Right.
would you describe the relationship between the two of them as a warm relationship?
No.
Do you have some doubt about that, or are you just thinking back?
Well, I'm thinking it was not a harsh one, but it was not a warm one either. It was just sort of, I'm here, let's go.
Okay. And you described earlier that she seemed to laugh a lot.
Yes.
Was there something unusual about her laugh? Was it a warm, caring laugh, or was there something different about it?
Objection calls for an improper characterization.
Sustained.
Was there something about her behavior that led you to believe that competition was important for her and it was reflected in her laugh?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you see any behavior on her that indicated to you that she was sarcastic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Before we do that, let me answer a couple questions real quick here. Love Dreaming Peach. This question: can life sentence ever be calculated on the age of the person at the time of the crime, or is it always life, meaning until death? Like a 30-year-old doing 30 years as life? Yeah, no, it's going to be, it's not measured by the amount of life that person had so far, because that would incentivize people to be more criminally more criminal in their younger years, when arguably that's where people have a higher risk of making poor decisions. So yeah, it's not going to be measured based on how old someone already is. Sabrina B says, how are these irrelevant if it's to the character of her parenting? So they have to dance a little bit of a line here. Because if it's just getting to Kitty's character as a person, then that's improper character evidence. Character evidence is basically just saying that, someone had the character of being in a certain way. So therefore you can extrapolate that you can assume that on another occasion that they did something because this is the type of person that would do that. You don't want to introduce that kind of evidence at trial. It's improper. But things that they observed as to how she treated Lyle, for example. So like this witness, if she's talking about like being like really quick with him, like, hey, let's go, like very like almost like matter of fact, very kind of cold. That is stuff that is relevant because it's relevant to the things that she did as towards her children that could be considered abusive. So it's relevant to a particular defense. It always has to be tied to either an argument that the prosecution is making to win the case, or an argument that the defense is making to win the case. It doesn't necessarily have to go directly to one of their central core arguments, but it has to be something that is reasonably connected to one of those to move the needle one way or another. So I hope that explanation makes sense.
Ms. Elmore, in preparation for testifying here today, have you had any meetings with the defense attorneys?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've met with the defense attorneys in this case since the death of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
I met with one attorney, I don't know, probably 2 years ago. And then
when was your next contact with the defense?
I think it was Saturday of this week.
Saturday, 2 days ago Saturday?
Right.
And at that time, did you go over your proposed testimony in this case?
Briefly, just that.
You can just say yes or no.
Yes.
I believe you indicated that that Lyle Menendez frequently had a headache or a stomach ache that you attended to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately what age of his are we talking about? At what age did these things frequently occur?
When he was having the headaches?
Yes.
I remember through the upper school, mostly in the 10th grade.
Now, when he had these headaches or stomach aches, he would come to you for treatment. Is that correct?
Yes,
And he would not be in class during that period of time.
that's true.
And about how many times a week during the 10th grade would it be, in your estimation, that he would come to you with one of these complaints?
During each week?
Yes, on average.
Probably maybe once or twice a week.
And
You know what she's trying to do is she's trying to paint this picture like Lyle was always looking for excuses to skip out of class. He's this lazy, deadbeat student, doesn't want to be in class, making up excuses, making up psychosomatic weird things that he says that he's suffering from. And, and that explains why he wasn't doing well in school. Is because he was that, and then maybe tennis, but like during class, he was trying to get himself out of class as much as possible. So that's why he was visiting the nurse's office for several hours, once or twice a week. That's how that feels.
And was it always at the same time, or was it at different times during the week that he'd come to you with these complaints?
I don't recall.
And would you spend time with him, treating him for these complaints?
Usually I'd give him a Tylenol for the headache, and then he would rest for a few minutes.
So he was not in class while he was with you, correct?
No.
I believe you indicated that you treated him for sprains. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any way for you to diagnose whether or not he really had a sprain?
I've had some experience. I'm not an orthopedic surgeon, no, but I could usually recognize a sprain.
And was that because of swelling or some other complaint that he had?
Usually it would be swelling or pain, discomfort.
Okay, but pain and discomfort are something that somebody tells you about, correct?
That's right.
In other words, you can't see it with your eye.
No.
Okay. So at the time that he would come to you with sprains, would he also miss class?
It's not real. The pain isn't real, she says.
Sometimes.
I believe you indicated that the normal physical education classes to which Mrs. Menendez wanted to exempt Lyle Menendez were ice hockey, lacrosse, soccer, and basketball.
Well, this was, this is just the general physical education class. They did different things at different times.
Okay, but in the East, they play ice hockey at Princeton Day School?
Yes, they do.
Is that a contact sport?
Yes, it is.
Do people ever get injured playing ice hockey?
Yes, they do.
Lacrosse, is that a contact sport?
Yes, it is.
And lacrosse is the one where you run up and down the field with the long stick with the thing at the top and throw the ball back and forth?
Yes, it is.
And people get injured playing lacrosse?
Yes, they do.
Soccer, is that also a game that's played without any protection? In other words, the soccer players run up and down the field in shorts.
That's right.
No padding?
Shin pads.
Okay, but aside from that, they don't wear helmets.
No.
Who wears
And
a
do
helmet
people
for
get
soccer?
injured in soccer?
Yes, they do.
Basketball, do you consider basketball a contact sport?
I do, yes.
And people get injured in basketball?
Yes, they do. A lot of sprained fingers.
As far as you know, tennis is not a sport where you are in contact with other people, correct?
This is true.
Okay. I believe you indicated as one period of time that Lyle Menendez had a girlfriend named Stacy. Could you tell us what age we're talking about for Lyle Menendez?
It would have been his junior and senior year, I think.
I believe you indicated that sometimes some of the students you have to break up. Were you referring to other students aside from Lyle Menendez and his girlfriend, Stacy Feldman?
There are there are other students who have relationships at school.
And sometimes those relationships are deemed to be the kind that should be broken up. Would that be fair to say?
And that there's close body contact, but in a public place, yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that you were giving an example of Mrs. Menendez coming to pick up Lyle and indicating, like, let's go, using a thumb sign. Mm-hmm. About how old was Lyle Menendez when Mrs. Menendez would pick him up in this fashion?
That would have been probably his freshman and sophomore year before he started to drive.
So he was approximately 14 to 16 years of age?
15, 16, I would guess.
And when she would pick him up during this time period, was she unpleasant?
No.
Was she ever unpleasant? Was she ever unpleasant to you?
No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez around her husband, Mr. Menendez?
No, I did not know him.
And could you give us an estimate of the number of times that you saw Mrs. Menendez at the Princeton Day School? Was it?
She was frequently at school.
Would that be a couple of times a week?
At least.
And would it be fair to say that after the age of 16 that you didn't see Mrs. Menendez pick up Lyle?
I would still see her in school. My assumption was that she was probably picking up Erik at that time.
But as far as the encounters that you've indicated where she'd come and say, hey, let's go, that seemed to cease about the time of his 16th birthday?
During his junior year, yes.
And in New Jersey, is the driving age
16 and a half.
16
or
and a half.
17. They get I think it's 17.
16 and a half is a learner's permit?
That's right.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Mrs. Elmore, next to you is a board with a photograph. Do you recognize the people in that picture?
Yes.
Who are they?
Stacy and Lyle.
Okay, now you said that when you would see them, normally they'd be holding hands. I take it.
Right. Well,
Did you see them like that when you saw them? Or?
rarely.
Now, when
But-
you talk about breaking up the other kids, I take it they were,
That would be the kind of behavior, right?
but that's not what you usually saw. Them.
No, I usually saw them holding hands, either walking together down the hallway or outside on the sidewalk in front of my office, or at lunchtime as I would go to lunch, they would be sitting at a table, holding hands and talking across a table.
You were asked about other sports that took place at PDS, which Lyle was not allowed to participate in because he might get injured.
Right.
Are you aware of any injuries that you can sustain by playing tennis?
Yes, you can certainly have sprained ankles, tennis elbow, sprained wrist, shoulder injuries. Yes.
And
Eye injuries. Or an eye injury from the ball being hit with an eye. Hit in the eye.
So it's not the kind of sport that you can play without any fear of injury, I take it.
No.
You were asked about being interviewed. You said you were interviewed a couple years ago by somebody from the defense and then last Saturday.
Right.
Is that correct? Were you interviewed by the Beverly Hills Police Department early on in this case?
I had been contacted by them, yes, right after I think it was.
Right after the parents died?
Right. Sometime, yes.
Did you?
Actually, it was in October because our house had been robbed at the time. Yeah.
And did you have some reason to think Beverly Hills Police Department was involved in that? Or
Well, I had a daughter. One of my daughters was in school at USC at the time, and when the Beverly Hills detective called me, my first thought was, "Oh my, what's happened to my daughter?" And then it wasn't her, and I thought, "Well, what's happened? I don't understand what, with the Beverly Police and my house." So it was. But then he explained why he was calling. So
why was he calling?
He was calling to ask.
Who is he?
I'm not sure. It was a detective from the Beverly Hills Police Department. I don't recall the name.
Right, objection sustained as to what was said.
Did he call to get information about Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Yes, he did.
And was he asking him information about that you might have as the school nurse?
Yes, he did.
And was he asking your opinion as to whether they might have been involved?
With the murder of the father, yes.
Yes. And was the person fairly persistent in suggesting to you that the boys might have been involved?
Yes, he was.
And this was in October of 1989?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
I have just a question. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Mrs. Elmore, the photograph that's on the board here, which is exhibit 196. Do you have any idea of where this is taken? Does it look familiar to you? The location?
Yes, it looks like one of the hallways in the school.
All right, so this is an interior hallway inside of the school?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And Lyle Menendez appears to be wearing a jacket in this photograph. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Is that a Letterman's type of jacket?
I'm not sure. I recognize the jacket, but I'm not sure what.
And it also appears that he has blue jeans on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. All right, before I excuse the Lyle Menendez jury, let me go through with you the same questioning process I went through with the Erik Menendez jury, and as I've done with you in the past, inquiring whether any of you have been exposed to anything about.
All right, we don't need to sit through that. So, okay, that is all of today's testimony. Kind of perfect timing because we're right at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, this has been good. This has been good. Today was interesting hearing from more teachers. Now we've heard from a school nurse. So yeah, we continue on with our progress through this trial. We are definitely seeing a lot here for sure. Sandra Ramirez, thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. So kind of you to do that again. Love Dreaming Peach, Jackie Crow, Lindsay Childs, Erica, and Maisie, you all have been gifted memberships. So welcome to Bite Club, and I hope to see you on Friday as well for our members only live stream. But otherwise, I don't have anything more to add to today. This was a good day. We've got if you haven't seen it, we just published a pre-recorded video on the Ocean Gate Titan submersible implosion, the whole legal stuff that's falling out from that. So if you haven't checked it out, be sure to check it out as well. Otherwise, for people that are in Bite Club, I will see you on Friday for our casual hangout live stream, and Saturday will be Lawyers and Dragons. And otherwise, happy 4th of July to all the Americans that are celebrating. Happy 4th. I always love this holiday, even though we're overseas right now. We'll find some way to celebrate. We'll probably watch some Top Gun or something, just to have some America. But yes, wonderful, happy 4th, and like I said before, to our Canadian friends, happy Independence Day to you as well. And I hope that you guys have a wonderful rest of your Monday and a wonderful rest of your week. And otherwise, see you in the next video.